Getting everybody in.
I don't know how to do push the talk on TeamSpeak, so I'm just gonna say hello to the stream, hello to everyone's stream. Hope everyone's having a swell day.
Indeed. Hello, everybody. We're just getting started. So, while you guys are now in, and just before we get started, do you guys have everything you need at your tables before I do the intro?
I'm good.
Feeling good in the neighborhood.
Good, yeah.
Cool. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Edge? That's the wrong game. Age of Rebellion. Star Wars tabletop game where myself and a bunch of other streamers, YouTubers, sit down and play a bit. While chat is like, "We're late!" Of course we're late. I'm surprised we were on time last time.
You've never seen a YouTube stream before? The scheduling feature might as well just be useless.
Oh, man. All right. Well...
They're more like guidelines than rules.
Yeah.
So just like last week, we have the same players with us. We've got Corey Loses from the YouTube channel Corey Loses. What's up, man?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I was surprised that we were playing so early from the last game we just did, and everybody's like, well, Squadrons is coming out. Let's do one quick. Let's get into it again. Pretty great. We got Wasted...
I can never have enough tabletop in my life, so...
Right, I've got a D&D game tomorrow. Yeah. We've got EckhartsLadder.
Hello.
From everybody I'm sure knows, over from the EckhartsLadder YouTube channel, all the Star Wars, and X2, which is where Charlie comes from. Hey, man.
Hi. Sorry, I was in the middle of drinking
Why
water.
would you take a drink when they're doing introductions, Charlie? You idiot.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. I thought you were going to go to Corey.
Nope.
I thought you were going to Corey.
I go where I want.
Oh,
God.
And we've got Wasted Space. What's up, man?
Good evening, everybody.
Hey,
Howdy.
are you guys streaming over on your channels?
I am over here on X2.
All right.
I figured I'd do my channel today rather than someone else's, yeah.
Indeed. All right, let's
Last
get...
time I actually hijacked Smarter every day, they didn't appreciate it, so I'm here online now.
Dustin
Yeah, I'm
wasn't
here
there for that.
online as Tech Tips. Wow, 30,000 of you watching.
Oh, jeez. All right, we're starting. Let's do this thing. Unless y'all... Oh, but before we start, as always, roll your force die, and let's see where the force lands today.
You don't want to keep all 6 of those?
I
know
do.
some GMs that
I do indeed, but...
He does want to keep all 6, but he's not going to be allowed to.
Alright,
Pull them out, boys.
hang on. Wait, I roll the force die, yeah?
Yep,
All right,
roll
one.
the force die. So this is our Force and Destiny pool. This is our Force pool, excuse me. Force and Destiny is the other rule set. Where you guys can use this to increase your skills. You can use it to make sure that you remembered that thing that you didn't say you grabbed. Or to try something that maybe the GM is like, you shouldn't be able to do that. But if you've got a little bit of the force behind you, you might be able to pull it off. Like, say, throw a pike way too far. And
Can you
somehow
narrate what happened again, Shaq?
manage to hit. Oh, we will. As soon as we get these rolls
Okay.
done, I will go through it and I will narrate what happened last time. So if you want to see that one, tune out here and go watch. The first episode is available on all of our channels. Yes, this is tabletop, kind of like D&D, but with a Star Wars twist and a little bit more with a narrative nature to it. I've done some videos on how the system works. There's some great videos online kind of describing it, but call out your dice. What'd you roll?
One white.
Okay, one light
one
side.
dark.
2 light.
Nice.
Wow.
Starting good. What else we got? Missing one person.
Mine was just the 1 dark. Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you.
Okay.
Good
I think
looking
we're good then. You just got 1 white wasted?
Yep.
Yeah, we're good then.
Okay, let's get into it then. Music starts up.
This is it.
I'm feeling it.
So, last time on Age of Rebellion, each of you received orders to a series of coordinates and a time frame to arrive. Within these orders, they give you little details to what unit you'd been assigned to, or what your primary mission would be on arrival. The only thing that you knew is what you were take a ship that you were assigned to and make your way within a fairly short time and reach those coordinates, and do not be late. Each of you used your backgrounds and skills to shorten the distance, well, at least the best you could, so you'd arrive. The first to arrive was Corey's character, Osh Zam, aboard his Y-Wing. Each of you, one at a time, found your way there. And when you got there, you found a modified blockade runner known as the Freestar. The ship had been expanded along its beam to allow for hangar space, so it could collect all of your ships. After landing, you were greeted by the ground crew led by an Autorotian named Trass Kutch, whose love for starships seemed to have no bounds. You were directed to the mess hall to meet with the first shirt, an imposing Nautilin known as Sergeant Major Ebron. There, you met with a few members of the unit stationed aboard the Freestar. You learned the ship was the home of the 103rd Crate Company, Infantry Company. You also learned they expected transport pilots to arrive, not starfighters. Your moment to rest didn't last long as the ship is rocked with a series of violent impacts. The Freestar, in an instant, had taken, well, a serious amount of damage. Ebron was killed in the attack, and the captain's voice boomed over the ship's intercom, issuing orders for Crate Company to hold engineering at all costs. But her voice was quickly cut off as power fluctuations throughout the ship dropped communications. Her orders, whatever they were to the pilots, never reached them. In the moment, you each decided that the hangar is where you're needed most and rushed out the door into the main central hall to find a group of stormtroopers. An assault group had already managed to push through the hangar and into that central hallway. You even saw a pair of them with a plasma cutter trying to burn through the forward hatch. Through some brutal fighting, tossing of grenades, you managed to stop the squad in the hall and fight your way back into the hangar, where the rest of the Imperials, including a Thailander, was found, having crushed a pair of A-Wings and killed their would-be pilots. Through clever thinking and the use of a mechanical magnetic lift, and your companion's Y-Wing as a kind of blunt instrument, and Saren jumping into an X-Wing, the closest vehicle he could get to for some danger-close support, and Tiri riding atop a strange-looking TIE fighter that was hidden in a collection of supplies and crates on the second level. Managed to, in the last moments, toss a pike clear across the hangar bay, sailing through the air and landing into a fuel tank that was there to refuel one of the A-Wings, detonating it, killing the fleeing Imperial forces. The engagement is won, but as Wasted's character Saren inside one of the hangars, inside the X-Wing, glances down at his tactical display, he sees the true scale of the battle. An Imperial Star Destroyer has gotten the jump on the Freestar, and the battle has just begun. So, I will load up the hangar bay, and you guys can see where you are, and you can tell me what you want to do.
I didn't hear any music that time. Are you doing that through? Is it through the program? Or
it's the music player. So check your volume levels on the music player in the game. You should be able to hear it. Check your game settings.
I'm just gonna exit and leave right now because I can see it's trying to play music, but it's not working. I'll be right back.
Okay. Go ahead and log in and out, and we'll get the map loaded. You guys will recognize it. Now, thanks to a buddy of mine from the Armco Discord, we have a... Oh, we're actually missing something on here. We have some new models.
It's been through enough, Shaq.
The Y-Wing is gone. We got a couple of missing models here, so I'll pull them up. But we do have some new models, which are quite cool. He's been helping me convert some stuff. So thank you so much, Control, for all of your help, since we kind of jumped right into this. So there is the U-Wing that had been pushed over from the landing, the Imperial lander that kind of barreled its way into the hangar bay. It has managed to seem fairly unscratched. Sadly, the Y-Wing in the center of the bay has had some rough times. It has not been so well off, so I will bring that in here. Covered in crates and boxes. There we go.
Still can't hear any music.
Check the music player in game,
Yeah.
and then check your game audio and make sure it's going to the right place.
Yeah.
I told you there was always something.
Says it's playing.
Yeah, it's playing. There's definitely playing. It's just you can't hear. Can you
Yeah.
hear any of the stuff in game?
No.
So it's your game.
Yeah.
Check your game
check
settings.
your mix.
Yeah,
well.
exactly. Well.
So
Yeah, Windows has clearly changed your sound card up and sent it somewhere weird, hasn't it?
something's gone
We
awry.
do also have a new meaning for white as a ghost over the other hangar.
I don't have my my TIE fighter up in the top here. Oops.
You don't
Up
indeed. Let me place that back up there. Now that we've got the proper models in.
Is there
So-
a way to change the output, where the sound outputs to on here? Let's
On
see if
Windows?
it's- in the game itself, like where the game is outputting sound to.
You do that through Windows Manager.
Sorry, guys.
It's okay. As we get started, so. Do you guys have any while you're fixing your stuff there? Oh, we can do it while you're fixing it. We can get into it. So you're out of combat right now, but the battle is raging outside. You see every once in a while a series of TIE fighters fly past the hangar bay door through that blue shimmering bit that's the only thing actually keeping all of the air in this hangar. As the TIE fighters fling past, you see the flashes of red from the laser cannons aboard the Freestar trying to return fire. So the gunnery crews are still working. Saren, actually, you glancing down hear this sound. And you glance down, and what you see is what looks like text rolling across your screen. Now, you had seen a little bit of this as this annoying astromech behind you is beeping and booping and making all of these noises. You've more or less ignored it since you've jumped inside. But this, as you glance down, is a block of text, and it's highlighted in a different color, and it's gotten your attention.
Okay. Taking a bit of a look, is there any way of, can I translate it at all? Have I got any understanding of what it's saying, or is it literally just
It
a block
is.
of clueless information?
It is a block of text, and it is now in front of you on your character sheet.
Okay.
And what you, while you're glancing down, you notice that it has a little bit of text at the beginning that tells you where it comes from, and it's an incoming burst transmission. It's coming off the subspace Vox transmitter. Strange is these are only used for direct data transfers. Normally, they're used to send bursts of short-range information when sharing hyperspace calculations, or maybe new command codes, or IFF updates. This one is, though, like it's a broken up bits of information that seems to be someone directly sending it to all stations aboard the Freestar.
Understood.
So I'm gonna.
Saren, not even bothering with the radar comms, is going to call out, shouting this time to everyone else in the room. Receiving a message from command. I think this place is going to be in a lot of trouble. We need to get out there. Orders are, launch the fighters, buy the ship time.
Looking around, do I see anyone in my immediate vicinity who is in need of medical attention and not clearly dead? Or anyone hiding other than Mirai and wherever Trask ran off to? I forget where he went.
Glancing around, Trask, you would have seen he had fired at one of the stormtroopers, managing to nail him, and then taking off running as the rebel trooper in front of him falls over dead from incoming fire. Trask ran over toward the exit of the hangar near the oh, he's over here in this corner, behind a series of cargo containers that had fallen off of the top rack. So he's kind of dived under there, but you can still see him as he's kind of poking his head out. Those big Rhodian eyes are just a clear giveaway. There he is. As for wounded, make a perception check. Average check.
Right. Average, which is, ooh. first roll of the night. It's gonna be an absolute failure. Oh, 2 success.
2 success. All right. Glancing around, you don't see. You definitely see kind of the carnage of this battlefield. There's not a lot left of the Stormtrooper squad that was trying to evacuate. It's mostly wreckage and debris. Both A-Wings have been completely destroyed. Even the pilots that you can see after the detonation, they didn't look like they were alive to begin with. And with the detonation of that lander, the only 2 that you see alive are those 2 and your companions. And a little bit of movement in the strange TIE fighter above you inside the cockpit, as the firing from that TIE fighter has finally stopped.
And Neytiri stealth rolled up there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Saren, I believe there's a TIE on the rack up there. We may be in danger.
Say in danger from what?
From the TIE on the rack up there. And I indicate it, pointing up at Neytiri's location.
Can I stand up and wave? I thought I was already standing on.
You're
top
standing
of the,
on top of the TIE fighter, and
Yeah.
you're very noticeable. But from his perspective, he's kind of ducked down behind this Y-wing and looking for wounded. And as he glances up, he sees just the bottom half of the TIE, and it was firing just madly into a wall at nothing as it blew its way out of those boxes that it was surrounded by. But as he gets a better look, you do see him, or her, excuse me, Neytiri like waving down.
And you just get a
Yeah,
raised
I-
eyebrow from Saren.
I'm beating my chest with my fists off a triumphant throw of my pike. Like I'm in full primitive mode of celebration and an overload of serotonin.
I'm not well versed on humanoid gestures, but it seems as if Neytiri's about to do battle in a fist fight with that TIE fighter.
The young mechanic below you in the TIE fighter glances up. Do we win? Is it over?
I look down. I look down, wide-eyed and like breathing deep after throwing my pike, and I just nod up and down with a smile on my face. No words spoken.
He looks kind of like out the window now, actually looking properly instead of just grabbing the controls and firing. And can I get out now?
Yes, you may. You may. Sorry, and I step. Obviously, I'm stepping right in front of on top of where he's trying to get out. So I like pull back from the TIE fighter so he can actually get out of the hangar bay of the fighter itself.
So
he's blocking his way.
He kind of like shakily crawls out of it and collapses a bit on the top of the TIE and rolls down one of the side rounded sections a little bit, almost falling off of it. Oh, I did not sign up for this. All right. And he kind of just looks at you, and he is got a little bit scared out of his mind still, but he's starting to catch his breath.
I ask, what was you doing with the TIE fighter? Is it functional? We need to get out of here.
I was just running it through a diagnostic. It's locked up though. Pilot put it under a lockdown for his command codes. I got the weapon systems online. I was starting to run work through there, but I don't know if you're gonna be able to fly it unless you can get around him. You can use my data pad if you want though. And it's still kind of hooked up there. You saw some equipment that was like hooked in near where the main hatch was that was slightly open and ajar. It looks like he was doing some work on it. You're not quite sure what he was working on, but he hands you over a data pad that is still attached to it, and he kind of here.
I moan, putting my hand on my forehead, face palming, as I know I'm not very good with computers.
Saren's gonna bring the X-Wing back down to the hangar bay so that he can get out of the thing.
Okay. Easy enough for you to put it back down. You barely took off, just enough to like turn it toward the lander earlier. The ship does shake a little bit, and you can hear a little bit of a few impact sounds and a bit of a little explosion on the other side. Probably the other side of the vessel rippling through it.
Can I, in the hallway, grab the satchel that the Imperial who I shot dead for threatening my new friend's life, can I pick that up and check what was inside?
You absolutely can. They are, as you glance inside, what is your mechanic skill?
It's a 2.
2 yellows, right?
Sorry, it's 2 yellows and a green.
2 yellows and a green. Okay, so you're fairly... so mechanics is also the skill for explosives in
Oh, no.
FFG. So as you glance inside, you see these they're like half spheres, and there's about 5 of them in there as you glance through and kind of paw through it. They're all little explosive devices. They're actually little proton grenades.
Okay.
They look like breaching charges of some kind.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna I'm just gonna put them down. I don't want that danger in my life right now.
Okay.
Climbing down
so you just
from-
set the box
I'm sorry.
down? You're fine. The
Yeah,
bag down?
but-
Okay.
I need
I'm
an
also-
adult.
I'm also concerned because there's been a lot of action going on in the hangar, and I'm a little worried about the state of Veronica because I saw the lesser Y-wing being knocked around. So I'd like to go check on her and make sure she's okay.
Okay, so you start running over. You set the bag down and you run over to Veronica, your U-wing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you start making your way over there. Sarah, easy enough for you to start landing. And at this, you got a little bit more. So you've landed. Where do you want to go, Sarah? And it didn't take you but a minute, and you never even closed your hatch. Or you did, but you've opened it now, popped out. What do you want to do?
Yeah, climbing down from the side of the X-Wing, he's going to call over Osh with me and start heading out of the hangar again into the corridor, towards the other hangar door.
This
Okay.
seems slightly more explosive than I would like to be in right now. I hope you have a plan.
So as you guys get over to the hangar door, you do see that the hangar door it was locked before, and now you notice that there is another light on it that it's been sealed. And if you remember, the door when you first came through was also sealed. It looks like something has triggered the explosive decompression on these doors, and it's locked them up. It could be opened, but at the moment it is shut. You also hear the sound of... It sounds like heavy boot falls coming from the mess area.
Can I can spot Brass from where I am right now, or I know he's over there. Can I yell at him and tell him to get his ass in the U-wing and Veronica and get it ready to leave?
Sure, you could. So what exactly do you say to him?
Sorry. Me, you, and Veronica gotta get out of here. This station is not long for this world, or this Corvette is not long for this world. And you still promised me upgrades, so let's get in here and let's go. He needs you. I need you.
Okay. Roll me a charm check.
Oh,
Or a
God.
leadership. I'll allow a leadership or a charm check. It's up to you.
They're both really low. Okay. And is that what difficulty?
I am looking up his stats right now.
Okay.
Because it'll be against his discipline.
Okay.
Because you're basically asking a crew member to leave their post and join you. And it might be the right choice, but he's not so sure. Oh, it's only... Okay, so he's got a 2 green, so it's going to be 2 purple roll for you.
Okay.
He does love Veronica, though.
I'll give you a
That is
boost. I'll
true.
give you a boost for your earlier interaction with him. You guys kind of connected early
we
on.
were pretty good buddies
Deeper
early on.
level.
Yeah,
Yeah.
about ships, and that's his thing, so
Yeah.
sure.
Okay. Okay, I failed.
What'd you get?
I got a failure. I'm 1 success, 2 failures, and I've got 1 advantage.
1 success and 2 failures. All right. Trask pokes his head out from the boxes and he goes, I'm the chief mechanic here, so I have to stay here. And I don't wanna.
This ship's not gonna exist for a whole lot longer, buddy. You could be a mechanic on Veronica, or you can be a mechanic in the vacuum. Your choice.
You see him kind of give you a shrug and just shakes his head. Nope, and dips back behind the cargo boxes.
I'd like to threaten him then.
Okay, all right. I love this. What do you say to him?
Oh my god.
I say, Trask, I just found a bushel of explosives in that hallway. If you don't leave, then I'm dropping that right at your feet, and it'll be you and the ship going down.
Roll a coercion check.
All right, we know who's getting court-martialed first.
Coercion is going to be against his discipline again, but I'm going to say, because you've already attempted a roll against him, we're going to make it a little bit more difficult. This time it's going to be 1 red and a purple, as you've already kind of pushed him on this.
Okay. And remove my advantage as well. Suspect. Oh,
How'd you
we
do?
passed.
You passed it.
We got 2 successes and yeah, nothing else.
Nothing else. Okay. So you're just not going to take no for an answer, are you?
Nope. Get
Fine.
in.
I'd rather be
Get
the
her ready
U-Wing
to.
anyways.
Get her ready. Get all systems online.
As he's running across the hall, or across the hangar, he glances over. I'd definitely rather be in it than that damn Y-Wing. Oh, God. What happened?
Let's not talk about that. It's still a bit of a touchy subject.
Okay.
There's no words with this, but there's like everyone in the hangar gets like a slight flash of anger.
I love it. All right, so he is jumping. The bay door on the side is open. He climbs on in past the door gun that you've got in there and runs into the co-pilot seat, which I believe the U-Wing... Yeah, the U-Wing has a co-pilot seat. So you now have Trask... Oh my God, now I'm doing it. Trask Kutch aboard as a co-pilot. He is a mechanic. So I'll pull up his skills and I will keep them up for you. He can help you as another person aboard. So Trask.
Awesome.
Sweet.
Do I have any benefit to my ship now being warm as well? Like, does that save anything? Can he like take off as I run in or anything like that?
He can fly it if that's what you're asking. He can fly it. He can do co-piloting maneuvers. He can do maneuvers for you. So you basically get like an extra maneuver. If you want him to do something, you can kind of like yell at him while you're flipping switches and stuff. He can do some of that stuff for you. Just remember, he is not a pilot by nature.
Right.
But he is a mechanic. So remember
And
that.
if we're in atmosphere, I can throw him on the gun as well.
He can,
Might not be good, but
he can man stations. So definitely, absolutely. All right, so he runs over there. You guys are at the door.
Yeah, in the corridor, turning to Osh, Saren will say, orders were to secure this hangar. Does this look secure to you? Certainly does to me.
It looks exceptionally secure. The door won't even open.
Brilliant. Then let's go.
I did see some explosives over there if anyone wants to take some.
Wait, before can I try and get this bloody TIE fighter working first, or should I just run to my X-wing?
What would you like
I'm
to
a
do?
mechanic. I can take a look at it, but I don't know if it's worth
It's
it.
computers. It's computers.
I mean, if you want that thing over your X-wing, but
Are we all safe? No, we're not, because I can't get that.
The ship shakes once more, and you realize, yeah, there is a battle going on. So just letting you know, this quarter there is a counter off of the table. This represents how many rounds have gone by since the battle began. Just to let you guys know.
I can't let this man die. I owe him a smooch.
It's all right.
Get out of here.
It's all right. You do whatever you need to do. I'm just gonna get off of this now, and I'm gonna go. And he.
I know it's the name of the skill, but I'm just picturing someone standing over their fighter yelling, "It's computer!"
with a data pad in their hand.
I yell out, "It is my X-wing a two-seater."
There's no
If you
such
try
thing.
hard enough, anything's a two-seater.
Can I roll for computers on this thing?
Sure, absolutely. Okay, so this is going to be a hard check, and it's going to have 1 red with it.
Oh,
So it's going to be 2 purples and a red.
2 purples. Okay.
Yeah. So when I say it has a red, it means it normally replaces a purple for one of the red upgrades.
And I have 2 greens. So.
Okay. Let's see how you do. At this point, the mechanic has, as you're like pounding away at this data pad, he has slowly slid off the TIE fighter and is trying to make his way down towards the stairs.
I don't know what that's landed on. I think that's on. Yeah.
If it's so cocked that you're not sure, reroll it. Always reroll if you're wondering. If you just say it's cocked and reroll, and just reroll the 1 dice.
Gonna be on a shack. I don't think I'm gonna win that, even if I roll it or not.
Yeah, but I need to know
might
if
get
you
it-
got threat or not.
You might. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
no,
pull it
that's-
away and just hit an arm on it, and there you go. Okay, so you got an extra. No, it's a.
Nah,
it's
I had that thread already.
all right. So that is a negative. So
Great
you're not really comfortable when it comes to computers, particularly slicing. And this vessel has been locked by its pilot, so it can't be just grabbed and taken off with. You try it the best. It kind of kicks back a few errors, and you get a little bit frustrated. But hey, you've got a data pad now.
Okay. I scream for Christ's sakes, and I start running towards my X-wing.
Who's Christ?
And you jump down, and you start running towards your X-wing. Okay. As you make your way down the stairs, let's go back into the hallway. Oh, you want to say something?
I was just, I believe he is an inhabitant of the Dantooine system, a famous scholar.
Excellent. The heavy footfalls that you guys hear in the hallway is a rebel infantry squad, and you recognize the one that seems to be in the lead. It's Styx.
Oh, nice.
They come running forward. They see you at the hangar there. They see the partially melted and cut through forward hatch, and they yell out at you, Osh. You there?
Yes.
And he stops. Well, you're not Imperials.
No.
And he-
Imperials do not respond very kindly to my species.
One of them gives the guy an elbow, and he's, come on, we have to get to the hangar. What's the situation here?
Vesh has been retaken. Kresh needs to be secured. Get on it.
Right. They start running over, and they start working on the door.
While they're doing that, I pick up the bag that was abandoned by Zachary, and I hand it to one of them. You may find these to be of use, and I start heading towards my Y-Wing.
Who takes it as Styx, and she looks at it, and it's the first thing that she said so far. She looks at it. Oh, what is it? Oh, okay. And she clicks her fingers a few times and points to the one on the back. He's got a larger pack on his back. This is definitely your area of expertise. Just take this from me. He takes it and looks in. Oh, proton grenades. Nice. These are great. He pockets them. So he got himself some new explosives. They start
Happy
working on the
life
door. They
day.
look like they're trying to open it. Thanks. Notice the guy who takes it is missing 2 fingers. So, Saren, what are you doing?
Walking slowly back into the main hangar and hopefully observing the remainder of people running for their various craft.
And that's exactly what you see. As you walk through the doors, you are almost run over by Natiri as she's charging down the stairs and past some of the cargo containers. You guys hear another as the ship shakes a bit. They're not nearly as violent, these impacts, as the opening of this was. They almost could have thrown you across the room easily. And you did notice that some of those Marines that came running down the hall had bruises and they were scuffed up a bit. But yeah, you see people all running towards their vehicles. You see Osh hit the hatch and open it on the Y-wing and start climbing up the ladder that's just opened down for him. You see the U-wing start to power up. What do you do?
Saying that everyone seems to be in position.
Can I yell out to
Assu-
Natiri? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
As soon as you're ready for launch, get out there. We have orders to buy the ship time. He is gonna slowly walk off up this direction.
Okay. Gotcha.
Natiri, I think you threw the one weapon you had. You might want to grab something off one of these stormtroopers.
Oh, good shout. I respond.
I guess I'll never find out how he did fit it in there.
I run up to one of the dead stormtroopers and nab his little blaster.
All
And then
right.
I like with sadness and sorrow in my eyes.
Glance over, and you just happen to see a couple fragments, pieces of your favorite weapon spread all over the place. So you do manage to pick up one of the weapons. Roll me a perception check, actually. Let's see what you end up getting. Just roll a perception check. It's going to be a simple, meaning there's no difficulty. I want to see what you manage to pick up from the earlier battle. As some weapons were absolutely destroyed, others were pushed away by the explosion that weren't in the core of it. And while you do that, I will find out where I put my cards for weapons. There they are.
All right. So no difficulty, yeah?
No difficulty, just roll perception check. As you're looking for a weapon, while the rest of you power up and actually start to leave. So you'll be the last one to leave the hangar bay.
What is that?
Draw.
I don't know. It's like a star within a circle with a...
Okay, that is the triumph. So that means that not only did you succeed, but you succeeded amazingly. This is like rolling a nat 20 in D&D. You have critted at this point. So it is a triumphant success. Okay, all right.
You found your spear again.
What weapons are you proficient in? What is your character's like deal?
My combat skills, I'm particularly better with melee, but I also have a bit of gunnery as well. But melee is my
Gunnery
my
for
overall.
ships.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So my melee is anything melee. I'm more proficient in.
Okay. So, a little bit of a limited choice here, but lagging 2 seconds.
But I can go ranged if need be, because you know how difficult it was last time.
Oakley stick?
When you were searching, were you searching specifically for a ranged weapon or a melee weapon?
Yeah, I was specifically searching for a ranged weapon. I wouldn't have expected a melee on some of these stormtroopers.
Did the Triumph get us that repeater that the Imperials had?
That thing has been annihilated. That exploded literally next to his face. So I'm sorry, but even with the Triumph, that is no more. But I will
had to
say,
ask.
let's see what makes sense. You do manage to pick up, instead of just finding one weapon, you're surprised to find, almost laying on top of each other, 2 separate weapons that you manage to grab off the ground as quickly as you can. And it is not a counter. I don't know why I gave you that, but there's what looks like it's a baton. And as you pick it up and you flick the switch on it, not really realizing there was even a switch on it, it seems to alight with electrical energy. It's a stun baton. So this is on your character area. You also grab one of the E11s that are on the deck. This will be handy. So I gave you both the cards. You don't have to. They're right there with all the stats for you and their ranges and stuff.
Perfect.
So there you go. I would recommend writing those down just in case we lose the table or I forget to save because of bad.
I'm gonna write those down.
He'll have to change his inventory too, won't he? To get rid of the thing and
Yes.
then add those.
Yep. Update your stuff.
Do you know where you put it? Sorry.
Did I put it on the wrong person's? No, it's right here.
Oh yeah, sorry.
When I give you
blends in a
stuff,
little.
I'll just throw it in your little bin there. So
Amazing.
you can put
Thank
it wherever you want once I give it to you. And let me get those boxes out of your way. Okay.
Yeah,
So instead of finding
I'll
one
update
weapon,
this
you found
for
2.
Oh,
Did you find anything
nice.
else you can throw over there?
Do I have the ability to do that, or have I used up all my?
Oh, I'm just asking if you found anything because I don't know. I didn't see what happened.
I look at you, and I don't say anything, but you just see a big grin start to appear on my face as I start running to my X-wing.
It's truly disturbing.
All right. So the first pilot to get the ship online would be the U-wing pilot, I believe. Oh, Zach, you were making your way over there. You would have been in there first. So
And it was already heated up.
So now that you're in, you jump into the pilot's seat. You have Trash next to you. He's like, "Okay, are we out of here?"
Yeah, we're going, man. Get ready, get on sensors, keep an eye out. It's gonna get greasy out there.
He locks himself in and tightens down the strap. You engage the engines and fly out. All right, and we're gonna switch maps. And you're greeted by
Oh god.
this scene. Oops. Actually, before we do that, I should pack what we've got because some crazy sniffs went down. So let's pack that up.
Oh no.
All right.
Is that us?
It is indeed.
What's going on over there? Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Like
You guys
we're
can talk
attracted
about it.
to
You're
or
welcome to.
something.
You're welcome to talk about it. I'm turning on the grid line so we have an idea. So this is how I run space combat. A lot of the times, I do use the raw rules, but I convert them so we can have an idea of where everything is in the battlefield for a map. Now, you don't always have to use a map, and this is for everybody at home. It's not necessary. Some people even say the game runs better without it. I personally enjoy having a battle map to see what's going on. But it all works off the same rule set. So, yes, so what you immediately see as you come out of the hangar in the U-Wing and you glance up, you and Trash both wide-eyed as the first thing you see is this Imperial Star Destroyer, the bottom half of it, as you're flying out of the hangar bay. You see a bit of blue energy that seems to have grabbed on to the Free Star and it has yanked it, and it seems to be, its engines are firing right now, but it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. You see trails of smoke flowing out from the side as you look down the hull of the Free Star on your right-hand side. You can see that it's taken a number of impacts, the most of which seem to be near the midsection. Its main weapons on the Star Destroyer don't seem to be firing at the moment. You also notice multiple contacts on your scope, 2 wings of TIE fighters. You also see a green icon. It looks like there's a couple of friendlies in the area. Maybe the other bay was able to launch their fighters. You're not sure. And this is where we start this. So I need you all, now that someone has left the hangar bay, roll initiative for me. We are back into structured time.
And I'm guessing this is cool again, given that we were happily warned.
Yes, you were warned.
No surprise here.
No surprise. This will be a cool roll.
We were all doing it, yeah?
Yep, everybody roll.
Epic.
And we've got a bit of an initiative to read through, so we're going to get all these written down.
Okay.
I rolled a what's it called, a triumph.
Nice.
Nice. That does have an effect. We'll talk about that in just a second. I also need your U-Wing.
Oh yeah.
Let's go ahead and bring that in. As you are within the hex here, I will switch it to the fly mode, as you've just taken off. I'm going to leave you fairly large, even though things aren't to scale. I don't want to get eaten up into the comments for it. It's just so we can see it and see what's going on. So we'll make it a little bit smaller so we can fit more ships in here.
Is that your roll, Corey?
Yep. 3 success, 1 advantage.
I got 2 success, 3 advantage.
Mine was just the triumph.
Just the triumph.
Yeah, I only had 1 die.
You only had 1 die, okay.
It was a cool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just
You do not like to relax.
no. Yeah, that's upgraded too. I upgraded that between.
Okay. I went ahead and named everything. So if we could, let's get everybody in there, and then we'll put all the NPCs in there as things get a bit
Yep,
ham.
that's sorted.
All right. So they're all in. Perfect. Okay. So the Endless Judgment is what you see on your friend or foe indicator as you launch out of the bay. That is the name of the Star Destroyer that's right next to you. It's sitting at, it's not directly next to you. It's actually got a little bit of distance. It hasn't just like engulfed you yet. It's not even like a New Hope close. It's getting there though. So their initiative is going to be, just put Commander, Endless Commander on it, and it's going to be a 1.2. Get some TIE fighter rolls in for initiative. I will roll these using the rolling tray. You'll see them pop up in the corner. So this is going to be TIE Group 1. 1.1. And TIE Group 2. Wow, 3.0.
Ooh.
Not bad for them. Not bad for them. And because it is going to matter, this is actually one more point. I'm going to roll for the landing craft. You notice that there are 2 individual ships that are coming in fast, and you're getting a weird signal from the Freestar. You're getting some kind of contact, but you're not sure what it is. I didn't roll it. So this is going to be for landing craft 1 and landing craft 2.
Can you read them out for me? I
Yeah,
can't see them when I'm in
0.4
this.
and 1.1. Okay. Now, brings us to our. So you've just launched. You see all this. Remember, you guys can communicate a bit, and so share little bits of information here and there. It is going to be Osh's turn first, but as you launch, you see all this. The rest of the team is still warming up their engines and jumping into their cockpits.
So I'm still in the CR90, am I?
Yeah.
All right, can I come into them then and be like, yeah, it's not good out here.
It's not good. Sure.
Whack.
I'll have
you saw it's not
my
good?
co-pilot send you guys the specifics to your sensors.
Trash looks over. Oh, right. Yeah, I can do that. Transmitting now, and he flips a couple of switches, and you hear the sound of one of that same transmission that Saren got. That same kind of like just information dump.
What else do you think you were going to do,
not
Travis?
good.
We have orders to buy the ship time. Ship guns will focus on the boarding craft. Take down those ties.
How are we supposed to take down those ties when there's this big bloody ISD up right next to us?
A lie.
Does that Y-wing even still work?
Despite your best efforts, yes, I am able to fly, I think. Am I able to fly? I can't.
As
Hey,
you,
I can cuss 3
Osh-
stormtroopers with that.
So your turn, Osh, you get this data dump as the ship comes online. You can see now everything on your HUD, all of the hostiles, and the ship does start up with a little bit of trouble. You notice that there seems to be like a pop and a whiz sound, and there's a little bit of a coolant leak going on. There seems to be a hose that's just whipping around everywhere, but all systems are coming up green. The ship seems to function.
Take 6 hull trauma. No.
I already did. All right, so I take off like an ascending snail and make my way out behind the U-wing.
Okay. And so where is your Y-wing at? Go ahead and put it. So the way that this works, and let me give you guys a breakdown so you have some idea, so you can come up with your own tactics. This is a fairly substantial battle. It is up to you guys. At this point, as a GM, I kind of helped you get a handle on the system. But at this point, I'm going to back off a little bit more this time. It's going to be much more up to you what you do and the decisions that you make. But I am going to help you walk through some of the space combat mechanics. As you take off and you come out the hangar, the way that we do this is that in space combat, just like in ground, it's based on range bands. Weapons have a certain range. Even in space, those weapons have a certain range. It's just magnified because of the scope of the battles, right? So a X-Wing and a TIE Fighter probably have, and you can look at your X-Wing stats, probably have a minimum of close range, and that's as far as they can shoot. So close is your closest. This is your dogfighting range. One range band out from that is going to be your short range. On the table, this will be represented as 1 hex beyond the one you're in. That'll be short range. One more beyond that, so 3 hexes out, is going to be medium. One more beyond that will be your long-range weapons. Those are for your capital ship class guns, your turbo lasers, your Star Destroyer that wants to reach out and touch somebody. That's how ranges work. So check your weapon ranges to see what they fire at. Also, another thing to note is when you fire at a target, in this, now that you're in space combat, it's not really about the distance that you shoot. That doesn't affect the difficulty like it does in ground combat. In space, it's all about how big something is and how big it is compared to the ship firing. So for instance, this Star Destroyer, it can do a lot of damage and it can wreck your day if it manages to hit you, but you're in small fighters and it's going to be harder for it to land a hit. Okay?
Gotcha.
So keep that in mind, but don't underestimate. If it does hit you, it's gonna be like a baseball bat. You know, it's gonna nail you. It's gonna hurt. So
It's spaced.
The choices are yours here. You can also, just like in ground combat, in space combat, you can target a subsystem. You can aim at a specific target in this. So if you want to, say, knock out a subsystem, they've got a weapon system that you want to temporarily disable or maybe destroy. The possibility is there, but you're going to have to hit it, for one thing, and then you're going to have to do enough damage to overcome the armor of the target. So, the armor of a Star Destroyer is 10, just to give you a heads up. So, all right. You are welcome to ask any questions. I know this is new to you guys, but we're going to dive right into it, so.
I have a card right next to me for a Y-Wing, but I'm running an X-Wing. I'm not... is this one for me?
Nope, not unless if you're running a. What are you running? You're in
an X-Wing.
You're in an X-Wing. Well, here's an X-Wing card for you.
Oh, God bless your soul.
Right now, the whole battle is basically in close range then, because we're all within 1 hex, right?
So the TIE fighters, this landing craft, this TIE 1, landing craft 1 are all within close range.
So it's within the hex you're in, not. Oh, I thought it was the adjacent hex. Okay,
the adjacent hex is the Star Destroyer. It's going to be considered at short range.
Oh, close range. Okay, I got you. I didn't realize they were
close range, dogfighting range. You, the Free Star, the TIE fighters landing, all close range. Now, if you want to know how far you can go, we've got a cheat sheet which I have put on your in front of you. It's got a couple of color bars. I'll tab it here so you can see it. This, based on your speed that your craft is moving, this is how many hexes you can move through, right?
Gotcha.
All right, so you guys are starting from speed 0. You just went to speed 1 to start taking off. All right. This is going to be a learning experience for you guys, but you'll get the hang of it as you go. All right, so Osh, the Y-Wing is functioning. You accelerate. That's going to cost you a maneuver to increase your speed. And you just make it outside the hangar. You're going speed 1 at this point, because you've only accelerated 1 time. You have a list of things that you can do on your combat cheat sheet, which is next to your character sheets. I'm pointing them out now.
Yep.
So I'm happy to answer questions on how it works, but you've just come out. What do you want to do? You're greeted with 2 TIEs. As you come out, 2 TIEs have to bank and dodge you because they weren't expecting anything to come out of that hangar. Nothing had come out yet. They thought they had the drop and they had secured it seems. But you have now surprised them as the second ship to launch. They pass. One goes up top, one goes low. What do you do?
Right, as the one's going up top, I want to try to shoot it with my ion cannon.
Okay. So you hard pull up as you see this TIE dodging to try to miss you. You bring up, you ready the ion cannon that's forward locked in front of you, bringing the targeting computer online. He is in range. Go ahead and roll an attack. This is going to be your gunnery skill.
Okay. I just upgraded that a little bit. All right, and they are short range where I am
They
right
are
now?
close range. They are close. They are literally
they're close?
diving
Okay.
around the Freestar.
All right. So this is accurate?
Let me check
Before
your. I guess I could help you and give you your accuracy. So that is so the size of the vessel. It's going to be a 2 purple roll on the attack
Okay.
because of the silhouette. You guys are about the same size
Right.
silhouette, so you guys are the same size silhouette. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think all fighters are 3.
Not all of them, but I think so. Yeah.
All right, I have managed to get 2 failures, but 4 advantage.
And 4 advantage. All right, so you pull up hard and try to get behind this tie and start to rotate and start firing off that ion cannon. He manages to dip and dive these ties, and this is your first time in combat. You've had the training, but this is the first time you've had in space combat, and you underestimate the maneuverability of the tie, and those blue energy blasts from the ion cannon seem to just whiff right past it as he dips. What do you want to do with all that? That's a lot of advantage. What do you want to do with it?
So while they're trying to avoid my attacks, they're kind of thrown off their planned attack course, and could I give a setback or 2 to their next attack? Or upgrade the difficulty.
You can upgrade the
instead?
difficulty for that
Whichever.
much. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
You had what, 3 advantage?
I had 4.
4 advantage. So if you want a kind of an idea of some of the things that you can spend it on, there is an advantage and triumph cheat sheet there, and it actually says what you can. I'll even highlight it for you, that you can read there. I believe for 3 advantage on that list, it even tells you can force the target ship to veer off, making So basically, I wouldn't worry too much about that. Basically, you increase his next attack. So that TIE fighter squadron is going to have an issue hitting the next target as you are staking right on them, making it very hard for them to get a angle on a target without giving you the perfect shot.
Would that be all of my advantage?
That would be 3.
Okay, so I'm also just going to quickly calm for my last advantage back to Nadiri, who I know is heading out just after me, saying, we have some targets right in front of us. If you would aim in this vector and just relay some targeting information, passing a boost on for his next attack.
Okay.
Or for her next attack.
Blimey.
Absolutely. Good
Big
way to
brain.
spend it. So I'll give you that boost just to keep an eye on it. Okay, so that's going to be Osh's turn. Did a maneuver and an attack. You're now out and in the fight, and you can see everything that's going on. Can we get another initiative order as we have the Freestar as its turn? And I will say, well, actually, I don't have to say it because that's a 1 point on there.
We've got the Nova 1 as well, the A-Wings.
3
Do they
point-
do anything?
3.1. They should already be on there. Are they not?
No.
They should. Okay, hang on 2 seconds. Their initiative is going to be a 2.1. So the Freestar, its engines are straining, but it's obviously not moving. Those gun turrets are attempting to lock on. It's really the only thing that they can do at this point, so I'm going to have them do an attack roll. As you're flying up and chasing after one of these ties, you notice that the port side, as you're following over the Freestar, the 2 turrets on there have turned quick and have locked on to an incoming vessel that you see kind of coming in behind you a little bit farther out. And you heard your companion saying, this is actually going to be a relatively difficult shot for them, I believe. Oh, that's too many reds. No reds. Because of the size difference, they are a 3 versus a 5. A 2 difference. Yeah, it's going to be a hard check. So here is the attack. As the laser cannons open up, and man, nope, they get nothing. Yeah,
least they tried their best.
They're spraying out rounds trying to hit this incoming TIE lander, and they seem to be missing every shot. And they're going to take a system strain from it as they're whipping these turrets around so fast. Okay. It's going to be the Freestar. They're kind of out of luck right now, being unable to move. The TIE Group 2. TIE Group 2 is seeing this U-Wing pull out of the hangar bay, is going to bank in. Actually, no, they're going to attack the A-Wings in front of them. They're dogfighting that group at the moment. Oops. That's a good roll, too. They've got decent skills. I'll bring out the dice tray so you guys can see these rolls. That was an accidental roll if it counts it. So here's one of the dice trays. And I might give you guys these later so we can count the rolls faster. I just wanted you to understand what all the stuff does. But they managed to completely whiff it. They will try to... As you hear a little bit of the comm chatter between these two pilots, you see... Nova 2! Hard to port! Give it in front of the guns! Maybe the Freestar can get a hit on them. Line them up, and they're going to give a upgraded attack to the next person who attacks these guys. So these guys are going to be a little bit easier to hit.
Okay.
Right there. All right. So, Natiri, what are you doing?
Yes. I'm gonna use the advantage that Corey gave me as I need to know if I can get out of the CR90 first. Do I keep the roll that I have? My next move on.
So that was your initiative order. So you were rolling to figure out when you're gonna go. So you're in your seat. You're in your craft. You need to use a maneuver to accelerate, so to go to speed 1. And then you've got your action and maybe another move if you want to take some strain. In this, you actually take strain to vehicle and to personal when you do 2 maneuvers. So keep that in mind.
Okay. So I use my maneuver to increase the speed 1 on my X-wing as I come out of the CR90's hangar bay.
Okay.
And I want to start firing on the TIE Group 1 based off of Osh's intel as he was leaving the hangar bay.
Gotcha. Let me pull you out an X-Wing because I noticed we don't have one for you.
Look at that beauty.
There you go. Make it fly.
That's a big girl.
Make it a little bit smaller, but there you are.
Oh.
And you're in the same dogfights. It's becoming a proper fuzzball now as you guys are launching. What happened to these dice? What is this?
Oh, sorry. I tried to throw them off the table.
Yeah, let's not throw stuff off the table because it'll throw them in the center. Can you guys delete those, please? Oh boy. I got it.
I lost my ability to delete and copy. Sorry.
Some of these do need to.
All right, we're never having Eck for dinner at any of our houses.
Promoted. There you go. You can now delete and copy. So go ahead and as you dive out, you actually fly right behind the Y-Wing and you see the Y-Wing curve upwards. You dip down to follow, I guess, one of the other ties if that's what you want to do. So go ahead and prepare for a roll. You guys are the same silhouette, so it's going to be a 2 purple difficulty to hit. As these ties are moving. They don't have shields, so there's not going to be any setbacks. As you try to lock on those KX-10s.
What am I rolling on? Sorry, gunnery?
Gunnery is the skill. Yep.
Yep, okay.
So as you fly out the hangar doors.
Okie dokie. And my gunnery. And that is 3 success, 1 advantage, and 2...
Nice. All right. So you fly out the hangar doors, start getting a target lock. Tell me how much damage you did. So look at your vehicle and your main weapons. Those are going to be your laser cannons, is what I'm assuming you're choosing to fire with. Make sure you say what weapon you're using, because you have two to choose from. You've got your missiles and you've got your lasers.
I'm gonna stick with my. Sorry, let me just quick.
No worries, no worries. I know you guys are learning, and this is your first time doing space combat. There's going to be a little bit of a learning curve here.
Medium laser cannons, 4 dice. Very short. H6. Yeah, let's go with my forward-mounted proton torpedo launchers.
Oh shit! Okay, all right. So those have, I believe, a limited amount of ammo. But the first thing you do is you fly out the hangar bay, is flick the safety off of your protons, and lock on to the first TIE fighter you see. I love it. So how much damage does that do?
I think I went on overkill there. That's 8 damage, critical 2.
Okay, so 8 damage is the base.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so add how many successes you had to that. That's the actual damage you do. Oh, you cut out there for a second.
Oh, sorry. 3 plus success.
3. All right, so it was 8, 9, so 11 damage.
Yeah. Sorry, am I cutting in and out? Am I?
Yeah, a little bit there. Just cut out for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
A little bit of
Is
clipping.
it the net success or just the total successes you rolled?
It's every success. It's all successes that haven't been canceled.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that's always, and we played improperly, I guess, before. But it is like every success that is not canceled out adds to the damage. So you'll never actually do the weapons-based damage. It'll always be at least +1.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so 11 damage. As you curve up and you lock this torpedo, there's a second where the target, the missile goes out, flies just past the bottom of the hull, flings in, and detonates into one of the solar panels of the TIE. As the other half of the TIE spins wildly out of control, it manages to knock the second TIE, leaving only one left into the squadron, as you've done enough damage to just absolutely murder this TIE fighter squadron. So they're down to 1 member of the wing left. Minion groups share health pools. And you just did a shit ton of damage to them.
It appears we're making some sort of statement here.
Yeah, I'll give Osh a smooch over comms for the intel, like a kiss on the hand and a blow for the intel he gave me as he was leaving the hangar bay.
I would appreciate not rubbing your mic in a combat situation, Neytiri.
So you fly past and around, now trying to get a handle on where that other TIE was, the last one of his wing, as you just detonated the 2. That's going to bring us to... unless there's something you want to do. You do have another maneuver, but you'd have to pay for it with some strain.
No. I'll conclude my move there.
All right. So that's Neytiri. I believe I already rolled for the A-Wing, so we'll just call that their round. That would have been Nova. Yeah, I already rolled for their attack, I think. So we're gonna go ahead and skip past those guys. Saren,
did you do them when the TIEs were supposed to go?
Oh, you know what? Maybe.
No, I think you did the TIE attack on the A-Wing, didn't you?
Maybe that was what it was. It was a miss.
Yeah.
So okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that means that the easier to hit advantage that they had gotten need to go the other way. So that's actually going to go to the A-Wing is going to be easier to hit. But anyways, the A-Wings are in this fuzzball, and you see a number of laser cannon shots that are going wide from the ISD itself. So some of its point weapons are trying to get a hit, but they're at the moment missing. You do notice that there's only 2 of them, 2 A-Wings. You're not sure how big their squadron was to begin with, but so they have been fighting by themselves for a while now. All right, so let's do an attack roll. So these guys are going to roll. Lock that down. So this is their skill level. Excuse me, that is not right. This is their skill level. Versus same size silhouette. TIEs have no shields, so there's going to be no setbacks, and that looks good. I think they're going to use a boost. They're going to sit and use their maneuver to aim instead of trying to go faster or trying to make a maneuver to go into another area. They're just going to try to get in on these guys and aim close. So There's, oops, I didn't roll it. Ignore that one. Here's the roll. And nope, they dip and dive and dodge, pull in, trying to stay behind these ties, but they're just unable to get a hit. They did get 2 advantages, though. I will say there will be a boost die they're going to recover a strain, and there's going to be a boost die for the next person who needs it.
Ooh.
The next friendly in the turn order, you're getting a free boost die, which is going to be Saren. As they do this, they actually come over the comms and they go, "Oh, I was wondering if you were going to make it out of there. We saw the landing craft get inside. We couldn't stop them."
Seems as though you've been doing a perfectly adequate job in our absence.
Well, we don't know how many of them there were at the beginning, so.
I mean, I'm not going to tell them they're crap in the middle of a battle.
Take a...
Suspiciously bad.
Saren, what are you doing?
Okay, settling himself into his cockpit, entering in the codes and bringing his fighter online. He will immediately take the full throttle maneuver.
Okay. I believe that has a strain cost to it.
It does. It's 1 strain, and I have to have a dice roll for it.
All right, make your dice roll and see how well you do. I love that you're doing this out of the hangar bay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, of course.
It's a wall. That's the end.
You go too fast, you smash into the wall and explode.
It's a success with 4 advantage.
All right, so, and this isn't the talent version, right? This is like the general one that anybody can do?
No, this is the talent version.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, music started.
So, oh, it's just started for you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, strange.
Perfect timing.
So in this moment, you all having jumped into the fray, suddenly like a bat out of hell. What speed are you?
I am now speed 5, I believe.
Speed 5. All right, so maxing out at the speed of an A-Wing. Just this streak of a TIE fighter, that strange TIE fighter from the hangar, comes flying out. So you're going speed 5. Go ahead and bring your icon, or do you have one?
I don't have one.
Ah, you do. I put it in your little hidden area.
Oh, did you? Oh, I missed that.
So
Thank you.
I got it for you. It's a weird looking tie. It's actually quite small compared to the other ties with their flat, large flat solar panels that Rebel pilots kind of make jokes about how they're just really easy targets to hit. This thing is smaller than a TIE Interceptor, and quick. As you see it whip out the hangar bay, what do you do?
As I come flying out of the hangar bay, seeing the closest lander still above me, I'm going to whip the thing, controls, and instead of flying and whipping myself around towards it like a normal fighter would, I'm going to whip up and fly directly past underneath. And as I go past underneath, the 2 rear cannons on the turret mounted on the top of this thing are going to open fire backwards, straight at the lander.
Whoa.
Go ahead and roll for your attack as you come up underneath the lander, having not fired, dipping underneath it. You see it's kind of plodding along. Compared to you, it's a snail. You do notice it is beelining it for the hangar bay.
Ooh, and difficulty?
You guys are
guess that'll
what's your
be-
silhouette? Is it different than a
Ooh.
normal tie? Are you bigger or smaller?
2 secs, I don't actually know. Still at 3, so I think I'm the same.
Okay, you're the same. Yeah, most fighters are. There are a couple of differences. The E2A is actually considered a 2, and so is the Snowspeeder. So I wasn't so sure about that particular tie. All
I'm
right.
a 4 as well.
You're not the typical fighter.
That's the U-wing, right?
Yeah.
So remind me of that when I do
I
if you do
will.
an attack roll against you. You guys do recognize these landers as the exact same one that was inside the hangar, so you have a good idea what's inside it. So how'd you do on that roll? Oh, the difficulty.
Difficulty.
It is 2 purples.
Cool.
No shields. So
And as this landing craft hasn't acted yet this encounter, I get 2 boosts for quick strike.
Nice. So these are a lot of the piloting talents, you guys.
What would happen if you rolled for that boost in the fighter and you rolled like 2 lethals and 3 threat? What would have, just out of like curiosity?
Like this attack roll right here?
Oh no, I meant like the talent move.
For the boost move.
Oh, for the boost move? If it had gone horribly awry, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
He'd probably suffer an impact for sure. He'd suffer what's considered a collision, and we'd have to roll for critical to see how much of his ship is damaged. If any, he might just bounce off one of the sides, scrape up the paint. I'll probably have him roll a D something to take some hull damage, because you don't just accelerate at that speed and hit something and walk away, scot-free. Since fighter combat and space combat is so deadly in this, any damage can really just
Matter. Yeah. Okay.
Heads up too that the Star Destroyer has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gunnery teams. So you all know, as your pilot training, I will say this, as a rebel and your pilot training, you know how deadly a Star Destroyer is. That's why I'm letting you guys know this.
Now, how much is it to activate links? I forget.
2 advantage. If you've got it. Linked, if it's written on your vehicle, so the X-Wing, for instance, has it definitely for the laser cannons. I didn't bring this up because you used a proton. Linked means that you have multiple weapons that are linked together, and triggering, if you have enough advantage to do it, you can trigger linked as a quality, and it will hit for as many times as you have linked for base damage. I think it's base damage plus success, actually. So an X-Wing can do a ton of damage if it has enough advantage to hit with all 4 of its laser cannons, if that makes sense.
Oh. Okay. I should have done that, damn it.
I mean, you could have, but yeah. You still took out 2 of them. That's pretty good.
That's just fair.
All right, how'd you do?
Plus, you were firing lasers anyway. Can you link proton torpedoes? I guess you'd use 2 of them, right?
Only if it has the linked quality can a weapon use linked. So look at your weapon qualities. And look at your weapon qualities. They may have some weird stuff in there you may want to know about. So you're using linked.
Using linked, which would make it
linked. Sorry, yeah.
9 damage times 2.
18. Okay. Okay. Let's see.
I didn't mention that, so I'm happy if you don't want to add that on already, because I didn't.
Did you have the advantage? Oh, you had the advantage, didn't you? You have linked on. Oh yeah, X-Wings have 2 of them, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay, because I wasn't gonna talk about another mechanic until you guys were using something that kind of had it, because there's quite a bit to the combat. But because you did have it and I didn't realize. So those are called weapon qualities. I kind of described what they are. They all have different things that they can do. Feel free to ask me if you're looking at one and it doesn't make any sense. I will say, we'll just backtrack a little bit. For the TIE Fighter, you're firing at the squadron of 3. You fired...
Hang on a second.
Go ahead.
There's another element to this. The proton torpedo also has slow firing 1.
Okay. As long as
it would have taken him around to prepare.
Well, slow firing doesn't mean... That's not prepare. So slow firing means he can't use it again until a whole round goes by.
The next round afterwards. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, the Star Destroyer has a shit ton of that. So if it misses, it's going to be on cooldown for a bit. It's a cooldown timer. So anyways, you did have Link. You had enough to trigger it. And is that what you want to do instead, Hev?
No, because I didn't mention it before.
But you didn't know about it, so I'm okay with it.
It's
up to you.
All right, if you're giving it to me, then
Sure.
yeah, I'll definitely take it.
So you fire off the
does he
first
get?
torpedo, and then you fire off the second. So you've fired 2 now. You fire them both at the same time. One of them flings up and does hit that one TIE Fighter, which flings into the other one. The other torpedo, as you've just like yanked the nose around to make sure you've got a lock on it, the targeting system links in and flings underneath the Freestar as it chases past. It goes right past you, Osh, in the Y-Wing, leaving a little bit of this trail behind it. Wham! Nails him in the back, destroying the entire squadron. You are on cooldown for those 2. That is a lot of damage, though.
Nice.
So, well done. Good catch. I've never had a player that X-Wing fires torpedoes.
That's because our campaign, we've only ever had a Y-Wing.
Yeah. You guys are in a different time frame. Anyways. All right, so you are going after the drop ship that's inbound on the Freestar. It's going straight for. It did have fighter cover, Now it's going by itself straight for that hangar bay, hoping to unload its stormtroopers. You flashed past it, locked that back turret on it, and started firing backwards. How much damage did you do again?
I did 18.
Okay. Hang on a second. I don't think he's got 3 armor. Nope. 18, so 15. What's his max health? And he's got 9 health. Cool. As you fling right underneath him and that turret turns around, you unload and just carve a hole right through that center mounting point between the 2 pods, ripping the ship in half. The 2 pieces kind of fling off, separated, rolling away. They don't explode. They just fly off into space. No control. That ship has been destroyed.
Sucks for them.
Okay, and then I'm going to, if you'd allow it, use my extra advantage to perform an immediate free maneuver.
Did you have enough?
I used 2. I had 4 in total.
All right.
So I had 2 spare.
You should have, yeah, that should be 2, right? So, all right. What do you want to do with that free maneuver? You're going stupid fast. You've got
I'm
the
going
cheat
stupid
sheet.
fast, and I'm yanking back on the controls now to bring the second TIE group into focus. And as I do so, I reach down onto the control panel, whacking a couple of buttons, running a program installed that's activating my EWAR package on the Endless Judgment.
Okay.
This is a targeting jammer.
So you all had the choice of upgrades at the beginning, and this is one of those. So you're activating the targeting jammer. What does that do?
It basically increases the difficulty by +2 on its next attack.
All right. So if everybody would help me remember that TIE Fighter Group 2 now is being jammed currently by another TIE Fighter. Oh, sorry.
The jam is on the Judgment.
Oh, it's on the Judgment. Okay. Now the Judgment is a very large ship. So you're going to have to choose what weapon system that would you like to try to jam. As it's so large, your little fighter can't possibly jam the entire ship, but you can pick something. Cycling through its sub-targeting systems, you've got quad heavy turbo laser batteries, light turbo laser batteries, ion cannon turrets.
I think we'll have some quad heavy turbo laser batteries.
The biggest guns on it, those chained quad heavy batteries on the port and the starboard. There's even a row of them in the middle. There's a dorsal one that's locked on the bottom. You end up finding its main gunnery like hub and start jamming it. So, all right, any weapon shots that they take with their biggest weapons are jammed. How long does that last?
It doesn't actually say.
Okay.
Yeah, it says to its next attack. So I guess essentially 1 round.
You get a round for it. All right, cool. So I'm just putting those there to remind me. All right, good turn, Saren. So the Endless comes up. The radio crackles. And you hear this voice. This is Commander Brand of the Endless Judgment. Lay down arms, or I'll be most gracious, and allow some, if not most of you, to live. Time and hard labor, repaying your debt to proper citizens, will do you well.
We literally just destroyed.
He muted himself.
They got Zachary. They got Zachary.
Immediately jammed. Oh, we hear ourselves through your speakers. Mike.
Yeah, this happens sometimes with his Mike. Come back, Zach.
You're still transmitting?
Hang on.
Really making me question my decision to get an XLR.
It's the mixer. I don't have a mixer on my.
I'm gonna mute him until he fixes it. There we go. So somebody let me know when he's managed to fix his audio problems.
Yeah, we'll do.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we gotta wait a second. Actually, just message us when you fix it. You guys might want to mute him because it's going to keep repeating what I say.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not streaming, so shall I just?
Oh, okay. If you're not
keep
streaming, then
muted.
yeah, that's fine then. Just let us know when he's got it fixed, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and I'll pull that up so I can see. So where are we at? Enlist Commander just gave out those orders, so while he's fixing that, we'll get into it. He's demanded that all of you surrender now, and you'll look forward, if he lets you live, to a hard time at the Imperial labor camps.
He gets
say
no
what?
response from Saren.
I'll literally taken out one of your squad of TIE fighters. So that's a no from me, buddy. Thanks, though. Kisses.
I love this.
Yeah, I can hear.
Is it fixed?
Yeah, it's fixed.
Okay, let me unmute him now. So, with
I got
that,
jammed by the ISD there. I was gonna tell him that we literally just destroyed one of his Thailanders with a spear, so I won't be surrendering.
one of your other companions also responded and basically saved kind. I kind of love the idea that while you were doing this, you turned on the actual holo recording so he could see the message and you could see you blowing kisses toward him. Insolent fools. We've got plenty more TIE fighters where they came from. Launch the other squadrons. I want those fighters dead.
I think we might actually be dead. I
If
think
you'd like to continue wasting resources, we'd be happy to keep blowing up ties. If you would like to leave, we'd have no problem with that either.
Being mostly confused by the blowing up a lander with a pike comment, he focuses his anger and rage on Natiri. Natiri, you
Don't we all?
having, oh, you're flying around. Yeah, okay. So you're in the X-wing, right?
I'm in the X-wing, yeah.
I'm just naming the X-wing so we all know who's in what. So he's going to have the gunner teams focus their fire on between you and the A-wings in this case. So we're going to roll through a couple of their attacks. He is far larger in size. The Endless Judgment is a silhouette. Oh man, what is their silhouette? It's got to be huge. It's an 8. So silhouette 8 versus a silhouette you're 3. So is that 5 difference? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so it's gonna be a 5 purple roll to hit you. All right. And he is not, you notice, firing the heavy cannons. He's keeping those in reserve. They don't seem to be opening up. He's going to be opening up with the light. Make sure I got the right range in here. Yeah, medium. It's the only thing that can hit out that far. So.
Oh, God damn it. My audio just...
Green, green, yellow, yellow. Sorry, I'm just getting the... How much shields do you have? I think it's 1, right? Should be on your card sheet.
You're asking Charlie, right?
Yes.
Oh, you're asking
yeah,
me? Oh,
I'm
sorry,
asking
I
you.
thought
You're
you
in
were
the
asking,
X-Wing. You're
Osh.
being targeted. The
Yes.
laser cannons are turning your direction as you've really pissed him off. You have 1 shield.
Oh, no.
So it's going to give him a setback on the attack. Okay. And he's going to be using 2 separate batteries to fire in your direction. So it's going to be 2 rolls. First roll. Battery of 5 open up on you. They managed to hit.
Oh, no.
They managed to hit for
no.
2. As they fire that battery, I will say that team is now having to shut the weapons down as they just unload. And the manager of the gun team isn't keeping an eye on the power distribution and overloads the guns, and they're overheating, starting to take some damage. So that team will be out for the next round because of all of that threat. So they won't be able to fire anything next round. So they're only going to have 4 guns. And they're going to take another shot at you. So here comes the second shot.
Oh, God.
2 failures. That one misses.
5 threats.
Jeez.
Well, I put my voice comm on push to talk after being humiliated a little bit.
As you're diving and dodging, most of the shots for freaking 10 separate laser cannons are firing at you in these salvos. Most of them miss, but if you manage to collide with one of your wings, they're going to hit you for 9, 10, 11 damage.
Charlie, do you need me to walk you through the character creator again?
So, here's something that you can do.
Yeah, he does.
Now, and keep this in mind for every other combat we ever have. When you're in a space fighter, there's one incidental that you can do at this table. It's called the snap roll. It is a community rule that has come out. It is a incidental, and you can use it outside of your turn. That's what all incidentals are like, and it's basically your reaction. Suddenly, a lot of fire is coming your way. You roll and bank hard with the craft, trying to dodge the rounds, stressing the craft and yourself, pulling so many Gs. So you can do this to lower the amount of damage that you take, but you can't do it over and over and over again, because eventually that stress is going to just break the ship or break you. You'll pass out at some point. I actually have the rule written down for you in a little card.
Yeah, I see it here.
Yeah, so it gives you kind of an idea of what. So that's one of the ways you can do it, because you just got nailed for quite a lot of damage.
So that was 11.
It was 11 damage.
That'll kill you if you don't do it now.
Wait, no. I've got. Wait, do I go by soak or by armor?
So minus the 11 from your armor.
Yeah, 11.
From your armor, yeah, the armor of the X-wing.
So,
He hit you
But
pretty hard.
You can still pull that maneuver if he wants, right?
Yeah, he can still pull it. I'm just letting him get through the numbers.
I'm gonna have to, ain't I?
If you took that
Going
much,
yeah, it's a bit of a pickle, isn't it?
it's amazing that he managed to hit you. I mean, they've got a pretty good gun team. So, you guys are in it deep.
I'm gonna have to snap roll dodge. Oh my god, that's 3 strain on me and the vessel.
Yep.
So that brings me down to 1.
So the rounds start coming,
7.
and you pull up hard, and you curve around the Freestar, almost trying to use it for cover, as a few of the lasers still manages to hit you. Not nearly as many as it would have been. You're still flying, right?
I'd hope so.
So
Okay.
you were at. You said it was base 11, right? That's what he hit for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it says you've got to reduce damage by the ship's handling plus your pilot skill rank. So how many rank of pilot skill do you have?
Where is that on my character sheet? Sorry.
Skills. and
Piloting
then it'd
space.
be P.
How many points did you put in your ability to fly spacecraft as a pilot?
Piloting space. 1 rank.
What rank? Minus
Okay.
1 on that. And then how many?
Yeah.
What's your handling on the next wing?
My handling.
It's 1.
Where are you seeing
Right.
that?
It's over on the card.
It's on the X-wings.
Here.
Oh, yeah.
I
Sorry.
can't see yours, so.
So +1 on the handling and 1 rank on the piloting space.
Okay, so that's going to be a -2 to the damage. As the X-wing is maneuverable, but it's not that maneuverable. An A-wing would have had a lot more maneuverability, but it wouldn't have been able to take the strain as well. So you pull up hard. That's a total. So is that 9?
6, isn't it?
Is it down to 6 now? Okay. So go ahead and take 6. You take 6 hull trauma to the X-wing as you're pulling up. So you got a little bit of smoke coming out of one of those engines, and you all notice this as you see the full might of this Star Destroyer focus on one fighter and say that guy has to go, and starts just laying down these laser cannon rounds. These aren't the turbo ones; these are the smaller ones. You do notice that they're not hitting the Freestar. Like, they're purposely not hitting it. With the amount of firepower that's coming out of there, and the only reason you probably survived is the fact that you pulled up hard and dived underneath the Freestar. You all would have seen this.
Hang on. So then they're purposely not firing on it anymore. That's why when we're inside the house.
Neytiri, what is your status?
Nearly dead, mate.
Taking some damage to get some calm crackle.
About to croak, if I'm honest. Is that a tractor beam? Well, what is
You
What is
see this blue energy beam coming from the bottom tip of the Star Destroyer that is locked onto the back. They are stuck in a tractor beam. The engines are pushing and trying to break free, but the ship isn't moving. And in this turn, you guys will actually see... let me see, how many maneuvers will it take this thing to move? They're going to use one maneuver, because it's a capital ship. It can't do more than one maneuver a turn. And it is going to move slightly forward. It's still not leaving that hex. In the next turn, it will. It's pushing itself forward, but very slowly. So it takes 2 maneuvers to get from one range band to the next.
I don't know, guys. I think we should just leave. I don't know what's on the CR90, but I ain't trying to die. I'm not trying to lose Veronica.
We do have our orders.
Yeah, imagine a man with full hull saying things like this.
And now that you guys are in the fighters, and you would have seen... I'll just read it so you guys can see it now. As only one of you had picked this up before, another one of those burst transmission goes out. And since you're all in a cockpit, you can see it now. You look down at your controls, having just taken out those ties, and you see this text. Ident. Freestar CO. Main communication system down. Hull damaged. Engineering is being defended by Crate Company. Orders. Retake Hangar Besh. Secure Kresh. Bridge door jammed. Gunner crews focus on incoming TIE landers. Imperials attempting probable capture of Freestar and crew. Pilots, if receiving, launch immediately, buy us time. Use your training. Evac, if hopeless. May the Force guide you in the dark places you must walk.
I guess we're staying, lads.
Well, if it's hopeless, I don't know. Can we take out the tractor beam projector and try to get this ship gone?
Well, yeah. Once we take out this other TIE group, we'll go for the track. First, all blow over.
If you're
How
able to
much more
cover
can
me,
you
I will
take?
do one more thing, and then if you would all like to prep for jump, then I think this qualifies as hopeless.
I'm assuming this is hopeless.
I have one more thing I can try.
You do understand that's an Imperial Star Destroyer.
Wait,
I'd say hopeless is a pretty good description.
You need 3 or 4 squads of us to even dent this thing.
I have one
flying
more
a
thing I
U-wing.
can try.
All right.
All right.
If you would all like to leave, then I can do this without you.
Well, what are you trying to do? Any way I can help without getting blown up?
I believe our friend Trask has loaded me up with a proton bomb. I would like to hit the tractor beam with it if I can.
Okay.
Trask slowly turns towards you. Eyes, if they could get any wider on Rodian, now is the time, as he looks at you.
Brass, why didn't you tell me about this?
Is he... Are we...
I gotta learn these things through the communicator? Like, you better start shooting out the back of this thing if you want to earn your keep.
Shooting out the... What, do you want me to hang out the door? As the
Well,
ship vibrates as one of those laser rounds passes by and you've got to dodge it.
Listen, I saw you dome a stormtrooper. Why not? Star Destroyer is much larger.
He better not miss. There might be a spacesuit back there. Would you like to flip a destiny point to have him have a spacesuit back there?
I mean...
You would know, I will say this, as a pilot, as a trained rebel pilot, you would know that that weapon will never harm one of those ships.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna.
Okay.
As funny as it would be, if I flip all 4 destiny points, have him shoot at the tractor beam projector.
And also
with a
keep in
pistol.
mind, it would take multiple rounds for him to ever even manage to get the thing on. So.
Yeah, no.
All right.
It's all right.
All right. Cool. So he's. Oh, you're kidding. You
But he
have to be
knows.
kidding.
he does it.
And he goes back to being your co-pilot. Okay. Remember on your turn, he's your co-pilot. Kind of remind me.
Yeah.
And basically, anytime you're doing something, if he's not doing something, he's giving you the assist maneuver, meaning you'll always have a boost die.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So, all right. So where are we at in the list? The enlist commander has fired off a bunch of rounds. Those guns now are on cooldown. He's got plenty of other choices if he closes in a little bit more. So I will say TIE Group 1's turn is they're dead, so we can take them off the list. Landing Craft 2 is alive. they are going to take their maneuver and sacrifice their action. And they are going to move into close range for the Freestar. And in this maneuver, because of their speed 4, I will say you see them dip away from the fight as quickly as possible. They fly past you, Saren, and make their way towards the hangar bay, and they start to decelerate. They can't come in just yet because they have to decelerate far enough, and they're going way too fast. So they're going to have to spin at least a couple of maneuvers to do that. They start to decelerate and line up with the hangar bay. They're coming in.
Oh, jeez.
But they're not in yet because they can't. If they go in now, they'll just run into the wall. That's going to be the landing craft. So, Zachary, what are you doing?
Okay. So when you attack the Star Destroyer directly, how do shields work? Does that just offset damage? Does it make it more difficult?
So shields in this, and this works for all this is how they work for everything, from ground vehicles, if it's got shielding, to space vehicles. Shields, like in Star Wars, they don't work like Star Trek, where they flash and they spark and eventually they go down, right? In this, they sometimes can deflect rounds, they can absorb some shots, but sometimes they just rounds pierce through them and still hit the hull. So in this case, that is represented by the number of boost die, setback die on the attacking to the attacking craft. So if you attack the Star Destroyer based on its shielding, it'll have that many setbacks applied to your roll.
Okay. All right. So first of all, does putting shields in front, does that cost that's a maneuver, right?
I believe that is a maneuver. It'll say in, yeah, it's a maneuver.
Okay.
Angle deflector shields.
Angle
move
deflector
one
shields.
Die shield from one zone to another. So you can totally do that.
Okay, so I'll do that. And then I'm gonna come out to. Corey, what's your character's name again? I'm sorry.
Osh.
I'm gonna come out to Osh and say, listen, I'm gonna try to take this thing's shields down. So get ready to make your run at the tractor beam projector. And then I'm gonna come also to the CR90, the Freestar, and let them know that they might have an opportunity to get away. And then I'm going to attempt the slice enemy systems action with the help of my co-pilot.
Okay, so he'll give you the boost as he's giving you a hand. Slice enemy systems, and you're trying to
Take down the shields if I can.
Okay.
So that's a 3 difficulty. Aiming wouldn't help with that because that's
You're slicing. It's a computer's check, so it's not
Right.
like a firing check, unless you want to shoot at the shield like one of the generators, which would be trying to take out a subsystem.
No.
In this case, you're trying to slice it. So let's say use onboard computers to attempt to disrupt the enemy systems of a vehicle, reduce the defense of 1 on the target vehicle. Okay, yeah, it's going to be a 3 purple roll. Computers check.
Yeah. So I've got
And a boost.
And then, do I get the equivalent computer? Like, how does that work with my co-pilot here?
So the co-pilot is offering you, and you guys can do this for each other. You can offer a boost. Basically, you're just offering your assistance. They're taking the lead. In this, you're taking the lead, so he's offering you that assistance. He's always giving you a blue die, unless you want him to take the lead on it. And I can tell you what his skill is.
Yeah. What's his computer skill?
Sure. 2 seconds. Trass, oh, okay. He's a mechanic.
Sounds like use yours.
3 green.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna run with mine and take his boost then.
Just thought as well, now might be a good time to mention, don't think you can always flip destiny points to upgrade your rolls as well, if you feel like it's really critical.
That's true.
Yeah. I think this one might be important, so I'll flip 1 if that's okay.
Go for it. So
Okay.
you'll turn one of your greens into a yellow.
Okay. Oops. All right.
Okay. Trying to hack into the shields of a
nice.
Star Destroyer.
Oh, you legend.
Oh,
You legend.
oh man.
Oh my!
Okay.
So
Again.
how does the Triumph just overrule all of the failures? Or?
No, absolutely. So the Triumph overrules. It's just a success, right? When it comes to figuring out the numbers, a Triumph counts as 1 success, but it does do more than that, narratively and to some tangible benefit.
Okay, so we do pass thanks to the assist.
Yeah.
Because we've got 3 failures and 4 successes. and then we've also got 2 advantages as well.
Oh man,
I
so
believe with this one specifically, the Triumph is used to disable weapon systems.
Oh, I also have the Triumph from when I rolled my initiative check.
Oh,
You said it does something.
it
but I'm
does
not
do
sure what.
something. It gives you a free maneuver, which will. Wait. So do you remember? Is it before the round starts, or is it on his turn? I think it's on his turn.
Yeah, we've gone backwards and forwards on that one so many times. I'm not sure if I can say which one's the real rule.
I think Ra is before like it's basically
Okay.
you get the free maneuver before combat starts.
So I told you I would tell you, and then I forgot. So you can get a free maneuver this round if you want.
Okay.
You don't have to take strain for it. But let's figure this part out first, because this is kind of important. So I know you can only do the hack at your. You're fine there. So let me read what it does. So slice enemy systems. On a successful check, reduce the defense of one zone on the target vehicle for 1 round per success. So how many successes did you get?
Total successes was 4. Net is +1 or success. Yeah.
Okay,
The
on
total
a
was
triumph,
4, including the Triumph.
and it's up to you how you spend
those
it.
Are threat. Those aren't failures, Zach.
Oh, those are threat. Oh yeah, they are too.
Yeah. Gotta
Oh,
know
okay.
your symbols.
Yeah, my mistake.
So 1, 2, 3, so 4 successes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's epic. So you all, for a moment, you can all see the energy and discharge of the shields on the ISD, letting you know that the shields are up, and suddenly they all shut down.
Now that is epic.
Commander on the bridge. What just happened? What did they do to my ship? Get those TIE fighters out there now! He's losing his shit. Is it all weapon systems? I doubt it's all of them. I'm assuming it's just
No,
one.
you can pick one.
Okay. So the main cannons are very powerful, but at the moment they are being jammed by your ally. You have other weapon systems that you can choose to jam.
Yeah. So there's 2 that are recharging, right?
Yeah. Laser cannons are recharging. That leaves you with the... Technically, the tractor beam is considered a weapon system.
All right. Well, I'll take that down then.
There's medium ion cannons, battleship ion cannons. You want to take out the tractor beam?
Yeah, I want to take the tractor beam out. And then I've got... So I used 1 maneuver to put my shields forward. Kind of regret that. I'm going to take strain for a second one, and then also my 3rd free one, just to basically get as far away as possible as I can.
You can't take... You can always only take 2 maneuvers. There's never a way to take
okay.
3. So there's always that
Gotcha.
limit. So what did you want to do?
I don't know what my current speed is or how far away I could get.
Okay. So when you came out of the bay, you were going at speed 1.
Okay.
A maneuver is required to speed up, unless you want to use the... It's a maneuver called Punch It, which accelerates you to the maximum speed you've got, but it costs a system strain. Basically, you throw the throttle forward. So you can see that under your maneuvers list. So right now you're going speed 1, so you're going really slow.
So but I'm technically within, if I move even just a little bit away, I'll be in a different range category, right? From that Star Destroyer, if I move into this one right here.
It would take you 2 maneuvers at your crazy slow speed at the moment. So
I
you
will
would
do I'll do that full throttle maneuver, or I'll attempt it anyway.
All right, so you slam the throttle forward, or at least you would try to, trying to control your fuel as it gets dumped into the engines to get that acceleration. I believe there's a roll for that, isn't there? No,
Yeah,
there's no.
It's a piloting check, I think. Make a hard
No,
piloting check.
it's just a maneuver. Punch it. Silhouette 1 to 4. You take 1 system strain to the vehicle.
Oh yeah, it's full throttle. Okay.
It's just to the vehicle too, not to you. So you are going the maximum speed. What's the max speed of that craft?
Sorry, I'm just looking. I haven't seen that yet. 4.
All right, I'll put a little token next to it so you know how fast you're going.
Thank you.
So you feel that acceleration, and there's this little squeal from your co-pilot.
That's a thing.
All right. So
Holy hell, what did you do?
Well, I don't know what I did, but the thing is free, so maybe we should just try to leave.
Get the hell out of here. Yep.
I no longer think I need to do my thing.
Are you sure, lads?
Wait.
That was a joke. Sorry, let's go.
Trask is like, and you hear over the comms the first time Trask has broadcasted, yes, he's sure. I can't believe we got into there. Let's just go. And you actually see the CR90, the hangar version, the Freestar, starting, those engines just come on, and it starts to slowly get a little bit of distance from the Star Destroyer finally as it jerks, being released, as those engines have been in like full burn this entire time. Well done. Good turn. Good triumph. Damn. I mean, that just changed everything. In one roll, suddenly. Yeah. Okay. So, Landing Craft 1 is dead? Right? Yeah. Landing Craft 1 got obliterated by Saren. So, if we could clean up the initiative order, and we're going back to the top of the round. So, we are on round 6 since you guys left the mess hall.
Awesome.
All right.
Osh, what are you doing?
So, seeing the Freestar is now free to join the stars whenever it wants. We are planning to leave, but I'm going to make sure I stick around to help out my squad a little bit. So I see the other landing craft is going for the other hangar, correct?
You do. They're beginning to line up now. It's a little bit harder for them because the ship is starting to accelerate, but they're trying to keep up with it and get into the hangar before it gets away.
All right, I'm going to try to line up just behind them.
Roll for me a vigilance check real quick before you...
Vigilance check.
Yep. This is an out-of-turn GM-requested vigilance check, so don't worry about the threat or the advantage. I just want you to roll it for me. Easy difficulty. See if you notice something.
I'm pretty vigilant Polis Masson. I succeed.
Okay. As you're prepping your controls, you notice on the hull of the ship, because you're on the other side, right? So you're on the port side. On the other side of the CR90, you do see that landing craft coming in, and then you notice something else. On the bottom of the ship, attached to the bottom, are 2 more landing craft that have locked on to the bottom of it.
Ooh.
Oh.
And they must have already been there because you've been flying, for a little bit now and didn't notice them come in. So they must have already been stuck on. Anyways, so what do you want to do?
All right, so as I see that, I calm in to my squad. There appears to be 2 other landing craft already attached to the ship, and I continue my attack run on the other lander because what's there. There's nothing I can do.
Fair enough.
So I am just lining up, same shot. So I'd still be close range,
Average
same silhouette.
Average difficulty because of the silhouette.
Okay.
Do you want to use a maneuver to aim or to accelerate or anything like that?
So is aim aim can be used ground or space, so I can use
Yes,
my
it
true
can.
aim feat. Cool.
Well, aim
so-
can be. True aim may have
true
its
aim
own
can?
things. Because there's definitely they used to have it like that. It was super OP if I remember right, and then I think they changed it. So I don't think you
Okay.
can unless it's a piloting version of it.
Well, it's from it's from Gunner, so no. Okay.
It's from Gunner?
Then I will just. It's from my the piloting tree that I took.
Oh, yeah, then yeah, more likely
related.
you can. Yeah, if it's gunnery related, then yeah, do it.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a sniper
so
version of it that's already really OP.
Yeah.
But that must not be it then.
Okay, so that gets me an aim and the increased combat check. And I'm using the ion cannon, by the way.
Okay.
So that is 2 success, 4 advantage. I want to use the 4 advantage to crit, so that'd be 7 ion damage plus. Actually, I'm gonna activate linked
Okay.
for 1, which I believe takes 2 advantage. Yeah.
2 advantage to activate
So
length.
that'd be 14 ion damage from the original shot and the linked fire.
All right. So, as you notice these 2 locked on Thailanders to the bottom of the Freestar, you shake it off, report to your squad mates, and take aim at the incoming landers. You swoop in underneath the Freestar and pull up hard. You can see it's lined up. It started to slow down, giving you the perfect shot at its underbelly. The top cannon above you lights your cockpit in blue light, just bathes it as you fire off those energy bolts. This time, nailing your mark. You can see the sparks of electricity fling off and in between the prongs of the solar panels. Eventually, the ship just starts to roll over itself, end over end, ass over tea kettle, as it flings in towards and nicks the side of the Freestar as it starts to bank and starts to dip down as if it's trying to stay under the guns of the Star Destroyer. The ship that you fired at has been completely disabled and is flinging off into space, Vader style.
Nice.
That lander's down. Nicely done. Ion
All right,
cannons, by
with
the
my
way,
last-
amazing for pirating
Yeah.
if you ever want to pirate something. Just saying.
Like a
with
Star
the last two
Destroyer?
advantage.
I mean, you keep rolling like this, maybe. Shit, you took the whole shield down in one roll.
We are not sticking around.
Yeah.
With my last two advantage, just knowing that we've released the tractor beam, I just took out the other landing craft. I'm just gonna feel stress-free, relief to strain, and
All right, so
That's
you take
it.
a break for a breath for a moment. There's a crackle over the radio, and it is those voices of the two pilots that you heard. I don't know what you did, but I'm really glad you did it. Come on, let's get out of here. Right, Nova 2, I'm on you. And they bank off, and they are going to start, not this their turn, but they're going to start turning toward, so you guys know they're heading toward the Freestar. You get no information from this Freestar right away. As the report said earlier, it seems that their comms have been damaged, if not destroyed. But you do see it. Hang on. There's a piloting check to be had. Full throttle supreme.
Oof.
That's better than
my
mine.
favorite thing to get at Dairy Queen.
And the piloting skill, as there's a particular pilot on board.
Oof.
And she gets a boost from the crew. Okay, so this is going to be the action. Here's the roll. Good roll.
Oh, wow.
All right, so 3 success, a couple of threat. I'm going to put those into, yeah, it's going to go into strain as the poor ship's it's just accelerating out of nowhere now.
Giving her.
The engine kicks on. You guys don't know this, but there is a green-skinned Twi'lek that has just pushed a young lieutenant out of the way, jumped into the piloting seat on the last round, has grabbed the controls, and she says, hope they can do something. With that hack, with that slice into the Star Destroyer, and you manage to disrupt the shields. Now she throws the throttle in full and starts dumping everything she has, all the last remaining fuel that they can dump into those engines. There's this bright yellow light that shines and kind of blinds some of you that can see it just for a moment as the ship accelerates to, what is it? Increases top speed by 2 for 3 rounds. So they go...
Jeez.
Jeez, yeah, that's a really cool maneuver.
She's moving.
She's booking it at speed 5. It's going A-wing speeds at this point. Oh man, and just runs at speed 5. The actual first maneuver that she's going to use is, let's see, at speed 5 can go long range. So I'm going to unlock this. So close, short, medium, off the map.
We even need to drive.
That ship
I didn't
is
realize
just
our ship could move like that.
gone.
Brass, aren't you happy you weren't in there? I don't think you would have made it through that one, buddy.
No, motion sickness to the max.
And that's going to be the Freestar's turn, as you guys, your sensors picking up the energy output on that thing have just blown up as you're watching this thing take off. There is a smoke trail and a flame trail that leads the entire way, by the way. So, the Free Star has been freed by you. That brings us to tie group 2.
I feel inclined to point out that this possesses the only viable targets in the area.
Don't feel good about that.
Oh, I'm gonna die, aren't I, fellas?
I think it may be time to leave.
Tie group 2 is going to take a shot at the 4 A-Wing pilots because they've been dogfighting for a while. Just clear that. So it should be their skill.
Speed doesn't affect combat rolls, does it?
It does in the fact that you can run out of range.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't change the difficulty, no. Maneuverability, because we use that community-made... It's basically the FFG community said, this needs to have more survivability in it, and they came up with Snap Roll for fighters. And that's maneuverability. And piloting skill matters now, which is really great. Okay, so the difficulty is going to be the same silhouettes. They're going to use their maneuver to aim. And there's the roll. Oh, okay.
Yikes.
Well, it's been nice playing with you, lads.
It's not aiming at you. Don't worry.
No.
7 damage.
The A-Wings.
Yeah.
Oh.
As they slot in behind one of the A-Wings, you hear over the comms, Nova 2, keep up. They're right on you. It's too late. Then one of them explodes. Nails the engines, detonates the fuel, and it, ass over tea kettle, then just detonates into a shower of sparks. The
Shake them.
other one's trying to get away. He's going to start moving towards the... trying to dodge. You notice that the ties are slotting in behind the last A-Wing. Okay. That brings us to Saren.
To Saren, what about...
Where am I? Oh, sorry. Natiri. Sorry, I jumped the gun there. Natiri.
No, it's all good.
Your cover has just flown off. So you were diving in behind the Free Star, and you'd taken some hits. One of your engines is on fire. Your R2 unit in the back has been wildly beeping like crazy. Which, by the way, any future rolls, take a boost die, because the astromech's been helping you. I'm sorry, I forgot that. Anybody who has an astromech, take an extra boost on all your rolls when you're in the cockpit.
Out of frustration of my turn being missed, I'm going to use all 3 Destiny tokens and fire at the Star Destroyer.
Oh my god.
I'm joking.
You can use one.
No, I know if what we gonna do? Are we gonna save the
it is
A-Wing?
unshielded. We could make a run at the bridge.
Could do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
All 3 Destiny tokens. I'm gonna ram right inside the bridge.
I mean, we'll have some time.
Well, it was a pleasure playing with you.
I don't know.
We
What
have
we're
our
gonna do,
orders.
because do we want to set what was recap on our orders again? Are we escaping, or are we saving
We're
the A-Wing?
escaping.
Hold time, escape as soon as it looks hopeless, or we've got the ship free.
Yep.
We freed him. We did our job. We did way better than expected by anyone on that ship. Just get out of here.
But what about Keith? He's gonna die.
Well, you should have thought of that. He's got the next turn.
He's an A-Wing.
He's
He's got
leaving.
speed.
He's leaving
Yeah,
too.
he's got speed.
Against 3 TIE fighters.
He can outrun him, probably.
You do notice, as you guys are having this conversation, that the other tie, Saren's tie, is in that area. What are you doing in this moment? Because remember, time is kind of fluid in this. As they look over, if they glance at the A-Wing and it's being chased, what would your character be doing in this moment, Saren?
In this moment, my character would be continuing pursuit on the ties he was originally focused on. He'd flown off that direction to chase them down.
So as you're having this conversation, what are we going to do about that A-Wing? You do notice that Saren is starting to engage those A-Wings and starting to slot in behind them. They're dodging him while trying to get a beat on the A-Wing.
Right, lads. The skin of my teeth here. Can you?
I don't
can
like Unitary, but you should go.
Yeah, I know. Let me go because I've got 4. I'm on the skin of my teeth. You guys can take a hit or 2. You got 20.
What does your
20
ship look
hull.
like to us?
Missing a wing at least.
Like, what does
my
the X-Wing
engine's
visibly look like?
Yeah, what's your X-Wing look like, Charlie?
My
Or Unitary.
like like one half of the wing is enclosed S-foil, all the others are open.
Yes.
I like that. That's
One of
good.
the, are you saying one of the blasters are just gone?
Yeah, one of the blasters is gone on the closed half S-foil on the left, the right hand side of the ship, and so like even though we're in the vacuum of space, when you look at it, you can picture like the typical cartoony like engine going like. So,
Hey, Thierry, if you work out hyperjump coordinates for us and leave the battle, we can assist Saren.
that's a fantastic idea, Osh. I want to do that.
Okay.
You're of no use to us dead. And being honest, that fighter's worth even more than you are.
Oh,
Agreed.
All right, what are you doing? You all notice, by the way, that the Star Destroyer is now locking you with every weapon bank that it has.
yeah, fellas. I'll see you on the other side. So I want to start inputting the light speed coordinates to get out of here.
Astrogation check will be your action. Let's use your maneuvers first as you're doing it, because it sounds like you're going to be buggering out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first thing you're probably going to want to do, even though you're exhausted, if it doesn't knock you out from just the force of it, because I know how beat up you are, is the maneuver to get to full speed, because you're only doing speed 1 right now. The maneuver, what's it called? Punch it. You'll see it on your list there.
He'll pass out. He's got 1 strain.
You have to go below 0 to pass out.
Oh, okay.
So if it's up to you, but if you really want to get away from it, you're going to want to go a lot faster. Because if you look at this... What's
sorry. Where's punch it, sorry?
It is right in this cheat sheet right here for your starship maneuvers.
Punch, accelerated maximum speed, suffering 1 strain. And then I have to roll for that.
Nope. Nope, you don't have to roll for that one. If it doesn't show you a difficulty on there, there's no roll for it. It's
and
just...
then I can... Oh, yeah, sorry.
So how this works. So right now, you guys accelerated getting out of the hangar bay. You have to accelerate with a maneuver for every point of speed, right? Unless you use punch it, which costs strain to do because, you're taking all that force of the acceleration. The vehicle itself is actually taking all that force. At that speed, why you probably want to do that, if you look up here at this cheat sheet that I'm pointing out now, what's your maximum speed?
My maximum speed is 5.
All right, so if you punched it, you would kick what's left of those engines to full burn, and you'd get to speed 5. Meaning, with whatever maneuvers you want to spend on it, you can move this range. So from close, where you are right now, out to medium. That would mean you could go, if you accelerated, you'd use your second maneuver to do a move. So you'd go close, this is where you are. Short, medium.
Medium.
And that would put you at long range from the Star Destroyer.
And you're small, so...
And that means that most of his weapons, other than the big turbo lasers, wouldn't even be able to target you at that range.
And that costs 1 maneuver, and then I still have my action.
Right. So it's a maneuver to blow the accelerate, meaning that brings you to the speed you want. You have to use another maneuver to move. Which, do you have enough strain to do 2 maneuvers?
No.
All right. So you've got enough to either accelerate and stay put. So basically, you can't change the range bands, but you can get your craft going that speed. Or you can sacrifice your action for a second free maneuver and make the move and actually get out there, but you won't be able to do the calculation. That's a price
I've
cost.
got really good astrogation skills. If you're trying to get out of here, I can probably pull on us a jump, and I'm at full speed. Who's Thierry?
Yeah.
Or
I
you could
took
say,
out a whole
screw it,
squad,
do it
lads.
anyways, and pass out as you get out there. It's up to you. It's your character. What would your character do?
It would be more interesting if I passed out, but then I don't know if...
Can he actually jump to light speed if he's passed out? Like, if he fails it?
Oh, he'll just have the calculation and I would say, depending on the roll, unless he got a lot of threat, he'd have the calculation done and he'd send it before he went bleh, as he passed out on the controls from blood loss and the acceleration force. But that's a risk, man. I'm just telling you what you can do. I am not telling you what you should do.
Yeah, I'm gonna give up my action, take 2 maneuvers. I'm on like 4 hull, lads. So.
Okay. To take 1 strain.
Yeah.
There you
And
go.
then I took out a squad as well, so I've done my part, if anything.
All right, so you, with the wounds from the heavy blaster that nailed you from inside the hangar, from all of the running around, from that amazing throw with the pike, and now having taken out a couple of ties, you're calling it quits on this one. You've got to catch up to the Freestar. You've got to get out of here. You can still see that the weapons are targeting you, and a lot of them, a majority of the ones compared to your companions, you think, are targeting you. Like, maybe you've really pissed that commander off. And as you change the range bands, as you get farther and farther away, as you're accelerating, you notice that those target locks are starting to drop off. And there's only a handful of weapons still targeting you. And it's a little meta, but I will tell you this. Your character doesn't know it, but those weapons have already fired and they're cooling down. So you've got another round before those can actually shoot at you. But okay.
So does hyperspace calculation take a turn or something? Because I've got one of my skills is Galaxy Mapper, and it says astrogation checks take half normal time.
Okay, interesting. So astrogation is dependent on how your GM likes to run it.
Okay.
So either they said astrogation checks. So the way that I normally run it is that you have 3 checks to make, unless you've pre-programmed the route in. That means that you'll be able to do it in half that time. And for me, it's always like half rounded up. So you'll be able to do it in 2. That's a huge deal in an emergency if you need to make the calc. The other thing that the way that we run it is one person can be kind of the navigator and transmit that calculation to the rest of the squadron. Or to another ship who's going to be flying alongside you or along, in that same general direction. So you can do the calculation for the rest of the party as long as you transmit it to the rest of them if you don't forget.
Yeah, okay, cool.
You do notice that you have not received any comms from the Freestar. Still. So their comms seem to still be. All right. So that was your turn. You hard charged, ran. The last bit of that wing that was flopping around flings off as you accelerate away. So that's Notarius' turn. The A-Wing's turn. They've been dogfighting for a while. They are going max speed. They're going to book it. A-Wing is speed 5, so they can get the long range. So we're going to go close, short, medium, long. Suddenly, you think you're moving fast. An A-Wing comes flying past you. Like a bat out of hell. You notice he's actually leaking what looks to be like a little bit of fuel is drifting off of one of his engine nacelles, but he is booking it. He's taking a bit of damage. Chasing behind the Freestar. All of you, none of you, actually managing to catch up right away. Because it's going so fast.
Respect.
All right. So, we actually not quite out of the battle yet. Who's up next? Saren, you're up.
Indeed.
We can just leave. You can let them go, Saren. Just book it.
You killed our brothers.
Or we could finish them first.
I knew he was going to say that.
Slotting in behind the last of the 3 TIE fighters in the group, bringing his targets to bear.
All right.
I believe Brand did mention that there would be other TIE fighters joining us shortly.
Indeed. Average difficulty check. No shields. And you're slotting in behind.
Okay, and I have enough to activate Linked again as well.
All right.
So that'll be another 18 damage.
18 damage. So a TIE armor is 3. It's a TIE bomber, sorry. Wrong vehicle.
Got him.
How do you?
All 3 of them. As 2 of them, as you come in behind, you start firing. 2 of them jerk off, flying off toward the port. Excuse me, part of the port and starboard. A family show. Port and starboard. Well, one stays in front and tries to dodge. You bullseye the first one for sure. The armor on them is 2, and they have a health of 6. You think I'd know this by now? How much damage did you do?
18.
18. So 6. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, you're down, but you're short 1.
I don't quite finish the last one.
Yeah, you're short one. You manage to, as to try to peel away, you nail the one that continue to go forward, trying to chase after the A-wing, just destroying the cockpit. These next one, you target and manage to knock off one of the wings, and he spins out of control. The third one is looking a little worse for wear as you spray across and actually punch a hole through the solar panels, but it's still up and running.
And having opened fire from where they are, I'm then going to jam forwards the throttle. I am still going speed 5. And launch past the one remaining fighter.
All right.
Goodbye, Sarah.
That one I think is correct for me.
Thank you.
One behind.
Speed 5 for a single maneuver. You can get out to medium, yeah. So.
In fact.
So actually, he should be back here with you. Close, short, medium. Yeah. So these guys are actually, he didn't pass you. He's about right there.
Feeling a little unhappy with seeing what was clearly a very experienced pilot just shoot away in the CR-90. I'm going to take a strain to take another maneuver and leave these fellas in the dust. And I shoot off into the distance.
Everyone's just moving, man.
All right. So you move off the distance. What do you do when you get, because you're moving fast, you actually manage to get to the, if you want to, the Freestar. What do you do as you arrive next to the Freestar? You just kind of fall in formation with it?
A fall in formation alongside the very bridge at the front. Sort of looking out the cockpit, still a little taken aback to find another pilot quite so capable.
As you accelerate a little bit, slightly like past the Freestar, which has not decided to slow down. You can see the plating like rippling, a few pieces fling off the sides, and you glance inside. You can just barely make out this green Twi'lek with these cans on both ears, and she glances over at you, and you recognize her as Captain Syndulla. You have met her when you first came aboard, and it was a tense meeting. But she gives you a nod and a bit of like a two-fingered salute. She... Roll for me a perception check to see how much of this you can see. It's a small window. You know, it's going to be difficult to see exactly what's going on. It's going to be a hard check.
If a skill says allies, does that include me?
Yes.
Okay. It's because I have a skill called Situation. Allies within short range of their vehicle add 1 boost to their perception and visual checks. Allies within close add 2 boosts.
I'll say yes. I don't know if it does. I don't want to pull out the book right now, so I'm going to say yes. Interesting.
Which will, but when you guys, it's not really been relevant so far, but when you guys are near me, that's a benefit for the whole group.
And there's
Is that when we had a whole maneuver?
No, this is one where it basically, anytime you're doing perception or vigilance checks, it'll give you a boost as long as you're near me.
Oh, okay.
Hard, you said yes?
Yep. Hard check.
That is what they call a flat white with 1 advantage.
Okay. So...
I'm going to use that advantage, if you'll allow me, to showboat a little bit.
Sure. What do you do? How do you showboat? As you see a little bit of movement in the bridge, but you can't really make out the details of it. What do you do to showboat?
Very clearly looking sideways out of the window. I'm going to slowly start to nudge the stick so that the fighter starts spinning on its axis, and then keeping it spinning, I'm going to start spinning the entire thing round and round the bridge section, relative, all the while looking sideways straight into the bridge.
Okay. All right.
Pirouetting.
As you're doing this and showboating like a madman in front of this fast-moving craft that you're actually able to keep up with, you notice that the ship suddenly kind of jerks, not in a violent way, but in a way to tell you to piss off as it kind of curves towards you just a little bit, a little uncomfortably close, and that makes you level out and pull away to get a little distance.
A quick nod towards the bridge, and I'll pull away.
I love it. I love it. So, radio crackles on one more time, and you hear the voice of Barand. You... What? I will find you. I will kill every one of you. I will find your families. I will... And he just goes into a litany of every derogatory word he can think of. Some don't even make sense in the moment. He's just livid. In the actual hologram that you guys can see kind of projecting into your cockpit, he is basically just spitting at this point in rage. And as he does this, first thing that's going to happen, as he had ordered in the last round, it took a round for the pilots to get prepared. TIE fighters begin pouring out of the bottom hatch. One main group all start to drop out of that lower hangar.
I'm just gonna pipe some static back towards him, or some loud music.
Loud music. All right.
Yeah. Had enough of his garbage.
Yeah.
I think this
Any
lack of
particular
focus
genre?
may be why you're losing.
So, you immediately get a target of 6 ties have managed to drop out, and you see more being readied behind. You get a sense that in the next round, another group of ties will be launching. And there is another tie out in the field. They are going to fire. You are transmitting static, huh? What's the silhouette of your craft as some of the weapon systems begin to lock you? It is their turn.
It's pretty large. It's 4.
It's a 4. It's pretty large, but this is an 8, so that's a 4 difference. That's going to put you at still a
got
formidable
shields.
roll.
Shields
3, 4,
fully
5.
forward as well.
4,
I've got
5.
it.
And because you're the smaller target, you get to choose what facing they will be firing at this point. Whereas if you wanted to do that, it'd be a little bit different. But you get to choose. So how many setbacks? How many shields in that one area?
I've got, let's see, where are shields again?
And you moved 1 point, so it'll be 1 + 1, whatever it is.
Yeah, so I've got 2 shields then, facing forward.
Okay. As you register the incoming fire, you kind of whip the craft around for a moment as you guys are discussing exactly what you want to do to eat those rounds. Does that look right? Yes, it does. He's going to fire at you with... Those are on cooldown. He can't use those. The battleship ion cannon turrets. So, and he's going to have 2 batteries focus on you because you're on that side. So it's going to be the ones in the middle. It's going to be the ones on the port side as they fire into you. So that extra boost die for the extra battery.
All right,
And
good luck.
boom, 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 boom. And I'm going to flip a destiny point to upgrade his roll.
Oh,
As he is so mad, the rage has he's so incredibly angry. He has pushed his favor in this roll. Here's the roll.
does that mean we get that point back? Is that how that
Shit.
works?
No, I just deleted it. Whoops. Instead of
Yeah,
clicking
the GM
roll,
flips it back and forth. Basically, that's how we get them back. Is
Yeah,
Jack can
okay,
use
yeah.
them.
Cool,
sorry, I just deleted it. So let me
no problem.
2 setbacks. Okay, we're good. Rolling. And he did have well, I didn't put it on there for the roll, so there it is. He misses. So the ion cannons along the entire port side and some of the forward ones start to fire at you, and these energy blasts ringing out, and you seem to dip, dive, and dodge all of them, except for a couple that managed to hit against the hull, and each one of them Trask is gripping, hard-knuckling the control panel in front of him as the 2 that hit you actually get absorbed by the shields. That extra setback saved your butt. That gave you a single failure. It would have been a hit if that wasn't there. So the shield saved you.
You just missed a U-wing from close range. That's embarrassing.
Oh.
I've taken down more of your shields than you have of mine.
Okay. As you
You would like
say this, are you you're on the port side. He is going to open up with the, because there's now there's whatever he was trying not to hit before is gone. He's going to open up with the medium ion cannons as well. It's going to be the same roll. It's going to be with 2 boosts, and that'll be all the gunnery
you have to remove
slots.
one from the. Didn't you use a destiny token on the last one?
I did, and this will not have a destiny roll to it. So okay. So the way that I run capital ship combat, I have a great little converter that gives me how many initiative slots that they get. This one technically has quite a few. One of them is out of commission because of all of the threat they rolled. So they've only got 4 now. And then I'm using some of the extra banks. That's where those boosts come from. So here's the roll.
Wow.
Shit, seriously.
Another great shot.
All right.
If you'd like
Again.
to pull off now, we won't tell anyone about what happened here.
Close,
It may be better for your
medium,
career.
long.
That is embarrassing. That is embarrassing. I'm gonna text Palpatine.
You just hear heavy breathing and rage. Yeah. TIE fighters. Track them down! And the radio just cuts out. The last roll will be from the laser cannons. No, they can't roll because they've already fired. So that's going to be it. He fired those in the first round, and those have a 2-round cooldown. So he's out. That's going to be the shots. They're going to use their maneuver, though, to close the distance. They're going to get a little bit closer.
Feel free.
So they've moved in a bit closer. They started to come underneath you as you're dodging through the fire. The TIEs launching. Those TIEs... I will roll their... they're not going to get our initiative roll. They're going to go at the very end of the round. So if we could put the TIE group 3 at the end of the round, as they have just managed to launch. They're just getting their speed up. Okay. Landcraft's dead. Zachary, you're up.
All right, I'm going at full speed now. So, can you guys hear me still?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. So I'll move as far away as I can, try to rejoin the fleet there.
Okay.
Um,
What speed are you going?
I'm going at 4.
You're going
Can my
4?
co-pilot help me with that?
Yeah. He can use...
Actually, I'm gonna save him for the hyperspace calculation.
Okay. So you're using your maneuver at speed 4, so you can go all the way from close to medium. So you can go close, short, medium. You can go out to right where your ally is. We're just gonna make you a little bit smaller so you fit here.
Okay. So can I do the hyperspace calculation in this turn, or...
Yeah, if you haven't used your action.
And then can I use my co-pilot to transmit it if I'm successful?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So that's a roll, right?
Yes, it is. Question for you.
Okay.
Normally, I ask the players, what is your destination? So you've normally 3 parts. Because of your particular talents, you can do this in 2 rolls. And I might narrate, if you guys break range, we might just narrate the end of it there and just make you do the roll without being in combat. Because it seems like you guys, are you all booking it? Is that the plan?
That's the plan, yeah.
So the Y-Wing Osh, you're getting out of here too?
Ideally.
Okay.
Not a great plan to stay.
Just making sure. Just looking at where we're at. Okay, so where are you calculating a jump to? It doesn't have to be an actual planet. It's gonna have to be in this region, I would imagine.
What region of space are we in again?
So you're in a region of space known as Remembrance.
Is that a real region, or is that like
Yes, it's real. Obvious, it's a real region. I just told you it was.
not true.
Obviously.
I'm trying to figure out if there would be. Let's see.
So give me more of like, what would you be looking for to jump to? Because you have no communications with the Freestar.
Well, I think I'm gonna try to jump to the nearest known rebel base, I guess, in the vicinity.
Well,
That we can all make, given the fact that Natiri's ship is pretty banged up. Or actually, maybe we can just jump to the nearest uninhabited system, so we can decide whether we can make a further jump. Because Natiri, I don't know if Natiri is gonna be able to make it far with 1 S-foil missing.
And are we at risk of them following us if we we
The
book out of there?
only way that they could potentially try is to calculate all the places that you might end up going based on where you jumped from and the direction you went. But that's needle in a haystack territory. They can try it for sure, but it'd be tough.
Okay, all right.
That's kind of the Vader line of like, calculate every known possible trajectory, find out where they've gone, that kind of thing,
Gotcha. Okay, all right. Yeah, I don't mind passing out, mate.
You should be fine. I'm more worried about your ship.
I'll use a stim pack or something. I'll be all right.
Okay, well let's just go to the nearest uninhabited planet that has an atmosphere. So if we need to crash, we can.
All right, uninhabited planet. Gotcha. All right, so pulling up the charts that you've got for this system, and you're brand new to this system. You glance through various planets. Go ahead and roll for me your astrogation check. I will say because you're keeping it vague and choosing an easy astrogation roll to make. With you haven't specified anything too specific, like what kind of planet it needs to be, other than a habitable one, right? But an empty one is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Ish.
Somewhere where we can crash land and not die, just in case that's the case, and then we can figure out where to move from there.
All right.
It's a rendezvous point.
Gotcha. So it's going to be a easy check. I will say with a setback for the combat scenario that you're currently in. You are, while you're doing these calculations, every once in a while you're dodging a turbo laser as one comes through. So that's the extra setback.
I'm able to remove the
distracted.
setback because I've got level 2 astrogation.
Perfect. So you can remove that setback. Don't worry about it. You're so skilled at this that you don't even combat doesn't even affect you.
Okay. Okay. We got 3 successes and a bonus.
All right.
Advantage.
Nice roll.
So and an advantage there.
Yeah. I'll give that to Corey, or sorry, to Osh, because he's next to
Next
move.
in line. All right. So remember, you have a boost die as you're ready. Come on, we're leaving. So you plot a course to the first habitable planet that you can find that seems to be a little bit out of the way. It's non-issue, though you do get a navigational warning on the first planet and the second one that you run through and say screw it, and you calculate for the second one that says that entering this system or orbit of this world is a illegal act to the Galactic Republic.
Galactic Republic, huh? Let's go there, and I'll have my co-pilot send out the codes to everyone else who's
Trask looks at you. Right. I'm sending it. I'll send it to the Free Stars as well. And from the message that you got and the earlier description that I gave, you can share bursts of data, and they seem to be using it as a communication tool. That's how they sent you that message. This would be one of its uses, sharing hyperspace coordinates. The Trash looks at you. Do I send it to the Free Star?
Send it to the Free Star.
Right. Okay. Transmitting now. Get ready. Link it in with your Astromex. So you have a course set. Now, where did you want to drop out? In orbit?
Maybe like a little earlier than orbit, just in case there's space stations or anything.
Okay. Fair enough. You want to kind of get an idea of what's around the planet first before you get too close? Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. We'll say the course is plotted. That brings us to a good round. I think we're back. Commander,
It'd be that new tie group.
The new tie group. They bullseye on the first target they see. They're going to use... So, as they launch, they begin to accelerate. They come out of the hangar bay at speed 1, and they'll use a maneuver to go to speed 2. So, interesting quirk of the system. Because they're minions, they can only use one maneuver. So they could accelerate, or they could try to go slow boating it to the next range band, but they can't get into the range band that you're at. until the
That's
next round.
fortunate.
So they're going to use their maneuver to. They can't take straight either. So they're going to just speed up. So they're starting to accelerate. They're starting to come your way. You see this cloud of ties start flinging out of the hangar bay. They're starting to speed up towards you. They're still out of firing range, but they're all locking onto you. They are coming after you.
Jesus.
They're going to use, instead of using their maneuver to, they're just going to use the punch it maneuver. So they're going their maximum speed now. And in the next round, they're going to be able to cross some serious distance. So that's going to be the tie group because they can't fire here. Yeah.
Oh,
Tie group
shit.
1 is this guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it should have been him. No, he already went. That's right. He fired at the tie. So
Aren't we supposed to get to the planet before you crash?
what do you want to do, Osh? You're
I'm
up.
just having a rough time.
It's because the Star Destroyer's in the way.
Yeah.
There we go.
So I'm gonna use first maneuver, punch it.
Okay, take one strain to the ship.
Maximum speed, 1 system strain per point. I believe I was at 1, so I'd go up 3. I take 3 system strain,
You're moving now.
and then for my other maneuver, I'm gonna go however far this way as I can.
All right. And you've received your coordinates. So with that, I will say, and with the hyperspace roll done, that's going to end combat.
You guys are all laughing at the astrogation skill.
You all line up. You get the confirmation that everyone has the astrogation coordinates from your navigator. You hope the Freestar receive them, or if they're not having any kinds of issues. But with the green light there, do you guys jump?
I turn around and fire everything at the start. No, I jump.
Saren will have fallen back to be in formation with the group.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with that, you all jump to hyperspace and have a moment to breathe.
Oh.
You still flying there, Natiri?
Yeah, about bloody, just about, mate. Jesus Christ. I was only in it for 1 round.
She's losing comms. It's bad. Oh no. Oh, the humanity. Or
Well, at least we have a mechanic with us.
Well, Charlie, thank you so much for joining us. You've been really great.
So that blue energy field kind of surrounds your cockpit, and you can see the waves passing by. You can see the other pilots in hyperspace as well. And Tiri, your ship, every once in a while, you have to fight to keep it sitting on course as it vibrates partially, and you feel like, is that another piece of my ship that just fell off?
We're going to need to be careful coming out of warp.
Has anyone got any super glue? Yeah. Oh.
Trask looks out
Where
the
are we
window.
headed?
I don't know. I don't know if the planet has a name. I didn't see it. I just calculated it, and now we're going.
What I want to know is why they stopped firing on the Freestar. They had
That's
it locked up.
Who was on there? Did you guys see?
Is it a who they were looking for? Is it a what they were looking for?
Actually get to really know about our mission when we got there. Was that our mission?
No,
I know it sounds dumb. No.
that was not our mission. Far from it.
I was going to say.
Do you know what our mission was?
I think is might be a better term, but now is perhaps not the time.
If you got here sooner, Zachary, we would have actually got a briefing. We had to fire at some asteroids that did something, and then...
Okay, listen. You know, that was probably something that could have warned us. I didn't get it. It happens.
You're so
There-
full of...
It was something preluding the attack, obviously. Probably a probe droid. I don't know. But if I'd been a little sharper, we could have caught it.
And if he had been sitting at the table with us, he also might be dead right now.
That's
That's
right.
true. He might not get smacked face first with a metal venting system.
My love
yes,
of
that
cats
was
saved
impressive.
me again.
Quite the moves.
How
Moved
come
very
you
fast,
chose?
just the wrong way.
How come you chose to go with the new tie? Why'd you leave your ship back on the Corvette?
Because I thought it looked epic, but then I realised it was Saren's.
Oh, that's Saren. That was your ship, Saren. That's when you came in.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't say anything when we were trying to steal it. When Osh was hands in it.
You were trying to steal it?
One
Well, had I been aware, I might have been a little bit less amused.
You
one
should have seen what
imposter remains.
you should have seen what she was trying to do to your technician.
Right, technician?
I hope he's okay.
What technician?
He was having a little gander, a little feel up of your ship, and I've got this data pad.
Trash looks over. They're not talking about me, right?
No, Trath. You were headshotting Imperials at the time.
Yes, I was. And he kind of adjusts his coveralls a bit. Hero to the rebellion I am. Can
To
we
be
never do this
fair,
again?
Saren was in the middle of shooting people with Neytiri's ship, so if we're talking about who is stealing whose ship, there's a lot of aspersions that can be cast around. If we want to talk about what really went wrong in that battle and which ship was really mistreated, I think we could direct our attention elsewhere.
Listen, if you have the chance ever to concuss multiple Imperials with a Y-wing and a hangar system, you take it every time.
I had been hoping to concuss some Imperials with my Y-wing, however that became less feasible once it suffered so much damage.
Well, are you flying right now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ash. You know what? You saved me during that battle. You chose me over Neytiri to heal when we were both in danger, so I'm not going to forget that.
You hear the voice of the A-Wing pilot crack over. Wow. So you guys are the new squadron then, huh? Guess there's gonna be another new squadron.
What happened to last?
Well, we're certainly a squadron.
Well, I appreciate you showing up when you did. I was sure we were done for.
How many of you were there?
Just my element.
Okay. So
And I mean, what happened to the rest of the pilots in the other hangar?
we didn't go in the other hangar. That was locked down when we got here.
No,
I believe to him the other hangar would be the hangar that we were in.
Yeah.
Oh.
They were unfortunately all killed before we joined the battle, as far as we were able to tell.
There's a break in his voice for a moment as I'm the last one in Nova Squad.
Yes, it has gone from Nova Squad to Nova Squad.
Wow, that's Osh, where's your bedside manner?
I was trying to lighten the mood. Did I misread the situation?
I do think you did, yes.
It's fine. Where are we going?
I have no clue. I parked here, or I brought us here because I thought Neytiri might need some repairs done. I'm hoping I've got a spacesuit back here, but I don't think so. I'm wondering, what's the engineer's name again?
Trask.
Trass?
Trask, yeah. I'm wondering, Trask, did
You
you
lean over and whisper that to him.
Trask, did you bring anything with
I'm
you? or
right
did you-
here. How did you forget my name? I just saved our lives.
Did you though?
With my assistance, you took the Star Destroyer
Yeah.
shields down.
Trask, did you bring anything with you to help us make repairs, or?
He starts patting himself down. I mean, I got some of my tools.
Okay. I mean, I've got some too, but we're gonna need to make repairs and regroup and figure out what's next.
Is Freestar joining us? Did we get any indication?
We sent a beam transmission, but I don't know if they got it or not.
The A-Wing pilot cracks over again. My name's Keith, by the way.
We
I
assumed as much.
I didn't get any kind of response.
Okay.
But they must have gotten away, right? Anybody see him jump?
No, I was out before they were.
Right.
Do we need to go back?
We haven't missed anything. We haven't forgotten something or someone.
Trask is looking over at you, shaking his head and mouthing the words, "No!" but not clicking his mic on. So you've got about another maybe 15 minutes of flight time, as you didn't jump that far away. You didn't calculate a travel distance that far away. Is there anything anybody would like to do? You've got a chance to relax. You can do cool checks at this point, meaning that you can roll a cool check with no difficulty, and I believe it's with the successes you will recover that much strain.
Oh, what? Okay.
You can do that at the end of any encounter. Any combat structure time encounter.
Couldn't Charlie also repair as well? Isn't that an option?
There is an action that you can take to do some repairs. You can do it once. Because mostly repairs have to be done in a shipyard, but you can do the repair action. You can do it once per combat, basically. And that is called, it's under your actions, which I've covered up with the snap roll thing. But it's called repairs, damage control, or if you want to use your athletics, meaning your strength, you can do manual repairs, one or the other. Manual repairs is for somebody who doesn't know shit about mechanics, but wants to force a repair into the ship. You can do repair if you want to. Probably going to be really hard to do with anybody who doesn't have an astromech. Or can't walk around inside their ship. So basically you, Saren, and the A-Wing pilot.
Yay!
Because if you can't get to it to repair it, you're not going to be able to do repairs. You'd have to land.
Good job I didn't get hit.
Unneeded. No, I'm joking. What was the general skill that I need to?
Sorry,
Mechanics.
you cut out there at the end.
Mechanics. Sorry.
Right. So how much
Yeah.
damage do you have? Is it below half at?
Yeah. Below half.
It's below half? Okay, so it's going to be a 1 purple roll.
Okay.
You can do mechanics or athletics if you want to do the manual repairs version. With athletics might actually be better for you because I think you're a melee character, right? So maybe you have brawn. Your choice.
So we want to go with athletics, brawn.
If you want to, if that's better for you.
They're both the same. They're both green, two green die.
Okay, so then yeah, just roll 2 green die and
a threat.
Yeah.
Difficulty. Just one singular one, yeah?
1 singular difficulty, yes.
How does the cool check work that you were talking about to gain some strain back? Or is that pilot strain or ship strain?
That's pilot strain.
Or,
You can do that
okay.
after a firefight. You can do that anytime you have a structured time for your own personal strain. It's a moment for you to relax. It's one of the things that the cool skill can do for you, and to get some strain back. If you rest, then you and the vehicles will get all of your strain back. But you need a night's sleep for that.
So what are we rolling against for the strain check, and how much do we get back?
So you take as many successes as you get is what you get back, and it's no
okay.
difficulty. Just roll it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
No worries.
Can't do both.
You guys will get there. You can do both right now, yeah. Because they're two
Okay,
totally
sick.
different things, and you're out of structure time, so don't worry about your action and maneuver economy at this point.
You don't get
perfect.
anything for advantages. It's just the only a success gets you cool back, or it gets you a strain back.
Oh, okay. So I got 2 successes, 2 advantages, and 2 threats.
Right. How'd you get?
Okay.
Oh, never mind. Sorry.
2 successes, so just take 2 off your strain damage.
Of my whole trauma, you mean, or is it?
Oh, did you do the? I'm sorry, I missed. You guys are doing all kinds of things at once. So you're doing your repair right now.
Yeah.
So go ahead and you've repaired. You've managed to we'll say your R2 unit, since you couldn't really get out of your cockpit to do repairs, has managed to weld a few wires together and shore up your power system. So you get two hull trauma back.
Okay, nice.
So good
Thank
roll.
you.
No worries. Just remember
And
that you
then,
guys can do that.
And then the cool roll as well.
Just roll your cool skill.
Okay.
All right. So if you guys have all done your rolls, is there anything else
Hang
anybody
on.
wanted to do within the first 15-minute like window?
So I did manual repairs. I succeeded, but I also got 5 threat. So if there's something you want to
Oh
do
my
with that,
god.
Five
You
threat.
got 5 threat. Okay, sure. No.
Oh my god.
Holy crap, baskets. That is a lot of threat. I will
What,
remember
on your
this.
cool roll?
The
No,
GM
on his-
will
no, on his
remember this.
repair roll.
on my manual repairs.
It's like that. It's like
Oh
that companion in every
God.
RPG. He will remember this.
Yep.
All
Except
right.
way worse.
So that was Osh, right? Osh got
Yeah.
5 threat. Okay. Oh, that's great. The poor Y-wing, man. All right.
No.
I did my my cool roll.
Mhm.
I got 3 successes to advantage.
3
So
successes.
you just
Okay. So
just
you
get 3 strain.
3
back.
strain back.
Okay.
You're slightly less likely to pass out.
What about the advantage? What can I do with the 2 advantages I had? That does nothing.
In this scenario, I mean, how would you? Yeah, you're basically just trying to get some strain back in this after a combat encounter. So I normally don't. Hey,
Yeah.
stop playing with
Yeah,
that.
that's fine.
All
I
right.
find that bag of candy you lost on the trip over.
So, with all that taken care of, you guys are in hyperspace. As you're attempting to get repairs done, Osh, and you're communicating back and forth with your R2 unit, he's warning you about some issues with the power system as he's trying to do the repairs, and he warns you again. Oh, something's gone wrong. And suddenly you find yourself being thrown out of hyperspace. The R2 unit freaks out as the stars come back and realign, and you kind of go ass over tea kettle in this Y-wing as you drop back into normal space. The rest of you, having seen him drop off your scopes, what do you do?
Oh, I'm just gonna pull the lever then. Drop out with him.
Emergency drop for you? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Emergency drop. Roll me a piloting check. Easy piloting check in this case, as you have full
Okay.
control. And for you,
Oops.
Osh, I want you to roll. As you see this power fluctuation, actually, and your hyperdrive starts to fail, and you drop away from the rest of your companions. What do you do?
Is panic an option? No.
It's always an option.
Osh is too cool a customer to panic under these situations. Thinking back to all his experiences in the operating room, he remains calm. He tries to look at his navcom to see if he has any indication of where he is or how far he is from the intended jump destination, or what it would take to get back on track.
Okay, well, this is a reaction to you starting to lose power and starting to lose your control over the hyperspace
Okay.
drive. So if you wanted to react to try something, as you start to lose, I'm giving you an opportunity here. You're dropping out because of the threat. You had this issue as you were doing repairs.
So I am going to try to fiddle with the computer to stop whatever nonsense I caused with
Okay.
my manual repairs.
All right, so
See if
you're
I
going to be
override something.
using your computer skill, as the stress from being dropped out of hyperspace uncontrolled is pretty extreme. And so you're trying to mitigate that as best you can. So go ahead and roll for me a computers check. You might be able... all right, roll for me a hard computers check with a single red upgrade. So 2 purples, 1 red. As you starting to drop out. I should ask this first before I asked you the rest of your party what they were doing. See if you can
I
recover.
failed my roll as well.
Oh, did you really? Okay,
yeah, I
well, we'll
forgot to
hold
use
off
the
on that
co-pilot,
because I
but-
should have done this
Well,
first.
Um,
Let me do these in order here.
Oh no.
Doing maintenance in flight in hyperspace. I mean, there
I
is
got a despair.
You got a despair? Whoa, man.
Wait, it despairs the opposite
A
of
despair
triumph,
plus
yes, it
3
is.
Other failures, but I got 2 advantage, so let's not sleep on that.
I've got room in my U-wing.
nosedive straight into a planet.
Okay. All right. So, I want you to... I'm going to give you this 1d4 on the middle of the table.
Middle of the table.
This is your despair. As you are ripped out of hyperspace. I'm going to color it red. This is the amount of hull damage the twisting of the ship takes. 3, no armor on this. Straight 3 damage. As it is like the superstructure is being bent as you're thrown out of hyperspace. Oh, man. And as you're thrown out of hyperspace, 5 threats started this, and despair, and you failed. You find you guys were almost at your arrival point. So don't worry about that earlier roll, Eck, because you wouldn't have had to make it. Because apparently you guys are very close. As you drop out of hyperspace and the ship bends, twists, and goes over itself, you start to spin wildly. You see a flash of light over and over and over and over again. You're spinning so quickly, it's the sun in the local system that's passing by over and over and over and over and over again. You're starting to go ahead and take, I'll say 2 strain for that 5 threat you got earlier from all of this spinning. And I want you to first roll a resilience check for me.
Right, resilience.
To see if you can keep yourself from just puking all over the place. And
all right, what's the difficulty on that? Or is it just...
And the rest of you start dropping out of hyperspace right now behind him. He's a bit farther in front of you.
As they come out, they hear, "This is why we don't drop stuff on ships."
You all drop out. Difficulty on this is going to be a... I'll say it's a hard check, because you're spinning as fast as this thing could go without passing out right away.
Another hard check. Oh, no.
Yep. It's rough, man. A despair is rough times.
I succeed, but
Manage to
with,
stay conscious.
Free threat.
You manage to stay conscious as the world flips and flips and flips over and over and over again. With 3 threat, you said? Okay. All right.
This
All right.
way.
So
This train just won't stop.
So with this, as you're flipping and flipping and flipping and flipping, you all see this as now you've dropped all out of hyperspace. You can see your ally in the Y-Wing flipping over and over and over again, and you start to see a little bit of those trails as the planet fills all of your views, and he is tumbling towards it. And he's just starting to enter the
time here
atmosphere.
if you wanted to send me Keith's character sheet and
They do wing pilot. You start seeing that a little bit of those trails, those white trails, as he starts to hit the very upper atmosphere. He's up in the stratosphere.
Oh no.
With you flipping over and over again, we're gonna go to the rest of the party, okay? As you're trying to maintain just your consciousness, you're doing what your training tells you to clench, to hold out, and try to focus your mind as you try to reach for the controls as you're whipping over and over. We'll go with, let's go with, Saren. Saren, you're the first to arrive. And drop out, and you see this, and the rest of the party arrives. What do you do?
Seeing this happen, Saren gets immediately onto the radio systems. Which one of you knows computers?
Oh,
I mean,
not me, fella.
Me
We need to
and-
communicate with that astromech. He is going down.
All right, I can do my best.
All right, what are you gonna do?
I'll try to send from my computer to the astromech some sort of engine override. So I'll try to calculate things from my perspective. Got a good frame of reference. I can do the calculations on my computer to figure out which engines he needs to fire and transmit the data to his astromech.
To his astromech. All right, give me a computer's roll.
Okay, and I've got my co-pilot helping me as well.
With co-pilot, I'll give you the boost for sure.
Okay.
As he's managing like the comm link to the astromech, and you get the immediate beep of woo, 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 over and over and over as the astromech just seems totally taken by the spinning world he's found himself in. But he manages to get the comm link open, and you can hear Trash. Hey, astromech, shit. What's your designation number?
Get yourself together.
I'm trying to get contact with the... And he starts to talk back and forth with this astromech, and manages to get him to pay attention for a moment. Go ahead and roll. I'm going to say... This is a tough roll. At an out-of-control Y-Wing, and you're remotely doing this. So I'm going to say this is a hard check.
That's just 3 purple, right?
That's just 3 purple.
Okay. And I failed it.
Oh my god.
Don't forget, you guys do have destiny points. So
Destiny points not gonna save me here.
at this point, it's too late. Yeah, but just reminding you guys. So, okay. As you see him getting, you're trying to relay this information, and did you have any threat?
Yeah. No, I had 2 advantage.
How would you like to spend the advantage? The engines do fire off, and they're trying. The astromech is trying to follow your instructions, and the ship does start to turn. How would you like to spend the advantage? As it doesn't seem to be slowing it down just yet.
How do I like this? I think I'm gonna say that I was successful in taking a full accounting of the situation, but I couldn't get the message off successfully. So
Okay.
I'll give a boost to whoever tries to help out next.
All right. So what you just did made the situation a little bit better. It looks like he's still flipping and he's starting to fall into the atmosphere, but he slowed the flipping down a bit. So next person, you're gonna get was it an upgrade? I think you had enough advantage for that. To your roll, whatever you attempt. Somebody else has to attempt something now.
Never wanted to fail a roll
if you
so
want to.
badly.
Would I be able to do a piloting check? I don't think I've tried that yet.
At the moment, because you failed your last roll, I'm going to let the other party members attempt something, and then we're going to get into melting your hull and allowing you for a piloting check if they fail it. So you're going to start taking... That D4 is going to come back out, and you're going to start burning away as your uncontrolled descent.
Okay,
Alternative option then. Can I flip a destiny point and Osh wakes up in his bunk on the Free Star, ready to start the day? The whole last session has been a dream.
Nope. Nope. It's all going awry. So, who else do we have? I mean, obviously, Keith's not going to be able to help.
Saren is going to pull, grabbing hold of both sticks firmly. He boosts the throttle forwards to come up behind the Y-wing, and slowly, matching his spin from earlier, start to match the velocity the Y-wing is spinning at.
This could go so badly.
That's going to be a
Osh looks
piloting
out the
check.
window.
I know it's going to be a piloting check. You know where I'm going with this.
I know where you're going with this. Okay.
Moving
This is
closer to watch.
definitely going to be a hard check with an upgraded red.
Cool. I'm going to bring the Sci Fighter, once I've matched the rotation, I'm going to bring myself slowly in and try and just nudge ever so gently to correct that roll.
Oh, you're trying to... Okay, on a despair, on a failed check, it will be a minor collision. On a despair, it will be a major.
Oh, wait.
Roger that.
Okay, just
There's
so you
gonna
know
be
what
two
you're doing.
deaths
Because
on
you
the
would know, your
two.
piloting skill, you would know the risks involved here.
Yep.
Okay. He's whipping. He's starting to hit the upper atmosphere. You can start seeing the flames start to lick up the sides of the Y-wing as the hull starts to warm, and your ship is getting buffeted now by the winds of the upper atmosphere. If you guys are falling in kind of behind and staying a little bit farther back, you may do that, and Keith will keep up with you.
I'd also like to do the same thing. No.
Oh man! All right, you said it. Here he goes. Behind you is another. The X-wing starts to dip into the atmosphere, shaking. If you say you do something, you've done it.
Oh no!
It's too late. It's too late, Sean.
No!
You dip in behind, and you can't get there yet because there is a tie in the way. But you get in behind, like you're ready to go. Like this might be a good idea.
Seeing
I'm
him do
gonna
this
pull him
ridiculous
behind.
maneuver, he gets on the comms. You can't be serious. What I'm doing is dumb. What you're doing is just stupid. At least give me some sort of information. You've got a better position, better point of view. Relay back to me how I am in relation to him.
I'm on the other side of the ship. Well, I've got to do this now, haven't I? I'm on Osh's other side of the ship, matching his rotation.
Okay. All right. So you move in and you're blocked, and you hear the comms go off, and roll for me a discipline check real quick against Saren's leadership. This is a versus check. He is telling you to roll off and follow his distractions. We're gonna see if you have the will at this point to break off and listen to what he says. So this is what we call a versus check. If you ever want to do something against another player, maybe some sneaky shit, you want to pick his pocket or whatever, you could do skill versus skill.
Okay, so
Put them on the table.
Oh, sorry.
Put them on the
Of,
table, the skills, when you do it. So this is going to be discipline versus leadership.
Discipline versus leadership. Wow.
Grab them out of your purple and red and black, maybe, so that it's easier to see who's whose.
Yeah, you can do that.
Oh yeah, good call.
That's mine. That's all I have. I have
Oh.
one.
Okay.
Never mind.
All right.
We'll
That's
keep-
we
we'll
don't
keep
we don't
track.
need it.
We'll
All
keep
right.
track.
So whoever has the most. Okay. So let's see. I've seen crazier things. Oh yeah. This voice of reason comes across the radio, and you think, okay, no, he's probably right. This is a dumb idea. He wants me to keep an eye out and feed information. What do you say as you see this Y-wing tumbling and basically cooking now, starting to warm up?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I apologize to Sarin, because of his leadership in the past 2 missions. I assumed that his action was the go-to, and once I heard comms back from his instruction to stop doing what I'm doing and stop copying him, I submitted and I apologized.
Don't worry about that. Tell me how close I'm getting to this ship.
Are you gonna help him, Charlie?
Yeah, sorry.
As you're falling through the atmosphere, you hear this long apology.
Sorry,
and
no,
buffeting of the cockpit.
feel
It's
like-
starting to get warm in there. It's about 10 degrees hotter than it was.
I feel like we've somehow lost sight of what's important in
Okay.
this situation.
So no, okay, right. I need to get my head
It's
together.
amazing.
I
love it.
He's rotating in a soft anti-clockwise direction. No vertical movement. Just
Take a
on
boost.
flat plane.
As you get this, so take a boost, Saren, as you get an assistance from one of the other pilots. It's questionable. The description of what's happening, sure.
Fucking God damn it, dude.
Dude, I love it.
And
It's
with
amazing.
this apology still bothering him a little, slightly distracted, but thankfully finally getting a stream of information he can use, Darren moves slowly in and starts to push on the Y-wing.
Please fail the roll.
The first TPK from a repair.
Oh my god! Oh, he almost
He failed.
He failed it.
He failed to the trial.
However, Saren, being the master pilot that he is, chooses to re-roll.
All right, there's your one. What is it? One session reroll, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you get one
All right,
reroll as
right,
master
right.
pilot. Here it is.
No, okay.
Yeah, that boost dice cocked.
That's a cock and a half. How on earth do
It's
you...
on the edge. Look at that. Living on the edge.
So surely that's worth a triumph on its own.
No. Worth a reroll though. See what you got.
Oh wow.
Oh, good roll.
That
Oh,
is
if you
a
didn't-
success
if you didn't
with
have that reroll, man.
show advantage.
You
That's
didn't
the
have that.
only reason I tried it.
If you didn't, oof.
Knowing I had that reroll is the only reason I tried.
How much? So as you come in very slowly and you start matching that rotation, your tie is getting buffeted like crazy, and those flames, your TIE fighter, because you're not, it's not a controlled descent for you either at this point. I'm gonna say with your smaller tie, what's your armor?
My armor is 3, I think. 2 seconds. Yeah, 3.
Okay. In another attempt or round, it would have started taking damage. You would have started to roll that D4. But I'll say at this point, you've managed to kind of match his movement while at the same time keeping the TIE fighter from getting too hot. But you start to nudge it. And would you like to describe this scene?
So as the massive flaming Y-wing comes starting to go into the atmosphere, starting to leave these flaming trails, the much smaller but much more nimble TIE fighter comes and... No, not TIE fighter. What actually is it?
Yeah, it's a TIE fighter. It's a TIE Advanced version 1. So TIE Advanced would be your technical term.
Well, it comes around, and using the fact that it's got those slightly odd curved wings, he starts to raise himself not onto the hull itself, but onto the twin engine pods, coming up, a scrape, a spark as they make contact. But it's remarkably gentle, and as they do so, you see the thrusters start to fire up on one side. Slowly adjusting the rotation of this wiring, it starts to come back. There's a grinding, but you can see the rotation is slowly stopping as these flames now streak off the back. One with two big cones, and then underneath, a singular cone, much brighter than the one above it, as it's desperately firing its engines to try and pull up.
All right. And with that light nudge, and it's a heavy fighter craft compared to the TIE Advance. This thing weighs a ton more, but you managed to nudge it in the right direction, and with that, you guys start to get it back under control. You, Osh, shaking off the spinning for a moment, and your head pounds. Manage to grab the controls as you start to flatten out. You bring it back fully under your control now, and it allows you, Saren, to break off and take up an escort formation while the rest of you bring it in. You're still falling, and you're starting to engage the engines and start to pull up a bit. As you guys do this, you break through. It takes a moment for you to get full control and to get your head right, Osh. But you break through the cloud layer as you're shaking it off. And as you get underneath the clouds, you can see you are over one of the major continents on this planet. Is everybody back? Is everybody here?
Yep.
Yep.
As you all break underneath the cloud layer, and it was a thick cloud layer, there's a little bit of rain hitting the tops of your canopies. And in front of you looks to be a major city.
Uh-oh.
But something's not quite right.
Hope they've got a cantina down there.
Same, I'm starving.
You, Osh, shaking off your flight, and you, let's say, Zachary.
Okay.
You notice something. A few spires that lift out of the ground. You focus in on them, you notice they're not just spires, they're actually buildings. These rounded, rotated buildings. You can see the floors on each one, the windows. And you notice that one of the spires is broken. And the top portion of it, its sister building right next to it, stands tall, but the one right next to it is broken, and the top half of it is crashed onto the ground, as if it had collapsed. As you roll your craft to look down directly below you, you notice empty streets littered with various ground vehicles that aren't moving.
City's abandoned. It looks like it. Who would let that destruction just sit there? The streets are completely empty.
Bad feeling about this.
Well, first off, thank you for the assist, Saren. And also, do we want to investigate this?
I'm not sure we want to do anything other than get these ships down and make sure we're all in one piece first. What on earth happened to the Freestar?
I've never heard of that planet before, but I'm not sure if that's where the Freestar was heading.
Yeah, where did that go in the end? We didn't. He
Well,
went to light speed and it
It
didn't.
transmitted the coordinates, right?
I sent it, but
But did they receive it, is the question.
yeah, their communications were down. We just had to pulse it to them, so it's one way, no response. We don't know.
Saren and Keith, did either of you have any other orders or information on where we might have been heading? Saren, you said we had another mission that was set beforehand. Perhaps if we were to try to rendezvous at that location, we'd come across the Freestar or some hint as to where they've gone.
This is not a location we want to rendezvous at. This is... Suffice to say, it's dangerous, and we were supposed to get a full briefing before we went any further.
You're being a little cagey. I mean, we've been through a lot. We've killed people with spears and faced down a Star Destroyer.
And I've known you for, 24 hours at best? Sorry, but some things I'll need to know, and in this case, you got it.
All right, well, I'll tell Trask to remember that next time I'm plotting a hyperspace jump.
Trash leans over to
Surely.
you. Are you serious?
We'll see, Trask.
Okay.
As a mechanic on the ship, did you have any sort of access to information on where we would have been going? Where they would have jumped when they got freed?
I mean, our last op was pulling Crate Company out of the fire, and then meeting up with the new squadron. We waited around for you guys as long as we could. I mean, there was definitely like, and he runs his hand like back along his scales, and there was a lot of worry that we weren't in a safe position. So it was to get you and go. At the rendezvous point, but that's I don't know. They didn't tell me where we were going. Just that we were heading out immediately. We were making a lot of jumps. I mean, we were only at those coordinates for about a day. And that was the longest amount of time that we've spent. About every 6-7 hours we jump again.
I suppose we just land here and then see what we can do then.
At the very least, at the very least, Neytiri's fighter needs some attention. And we're in no position to fight right now.
I think it's in better shape than mine.
But less said about the Y-Wing, the better, I think.
Well, let's take it slow. Let's take it slow then, and
last thing we want to do is charge headfirst into another battle. Neytiri.
Yeah, I'm battered. I'm hurt. So is my ship. And you sit down, have a little bit of a rest, and it will be fine tomorrow.
So the A-wing pilot comes across the radio. So what's the plan for landing? There's a lot of city down there, but not a lot of movement. What are we looking for?
I'd say somewhere not in the middle of that. No movement concerns me.
yeah, it looks empty too. We don't know what's down there. I'd say we land outside and we can scout in and take a look if we want.
The less city, the better.
Right. Well, I'm on your wing. So, what do we? Who wants to take
bring
a roll?
ourselves in as a wing and try and can we keep an eye out for a location that's got good elevation, somewhere where we could land where it'd be very difficult to approach us without us being able to see it, or potentially just without climbing or something along those lines.
Okay. Absolutely. So I will say this doesn't really require too much of a roll. You keep an eye as you're flying over the city that you had first seen. As you kind of bank off and pull away from the city, that's what you said you wanted?
Ideally, I'd like to be somewhere where we could see the city from where we are, but yes, I don't want to. I don't think we should be near it unless there's disagreement from anyone else.
Nope.
I don't think we want to be too close. That seems dodgy.
All right.
I'll go with the whole group's decision. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. You know what? Go ahead and give me just because you're keeping out and looking, perception check. I'll say it's an easy check, as you're just looking for a place to land that's away from the city, but keeping an eye on it.
Is this to all? Sorry?
Anybody else who wants to roll, they're welcome to, unless you're just going to keep with Saren.
Remember, if you're doing this, as we're all in formation, you'll get 2 boosts to anything you do.
Oh, 2 boosts on my perception check. Well, yeah, I definitely want to do this.
Wow, nice.
Because...
That is the...
Oh,
You can lock things down with the L key, highlight it and hit L. Try not to misclick and hit your actual table, or you will drop your table down.
No, I've got it.
As has been done.
Perception. Yes. 2 boosts or 1? Sorry.
2.
Oh my, mamma mia! Oh, watch this.
I've got 3 success, 1 advantage.
That is
Watch
a
me
deceptive
fail.
fella.
Okay, that was
Okay.
the worst outcome for like such a good set of.
No, that's pretty good, man. That's 4.4, 4.3.
Oh,
That's
okay.
nice.
I got 3 success or 4 success, 3 advantage.
I think we're missing some difficulty dice.
Yeah, you need to...
Don't forget to roll your
wait.
difficulty.
Oh, I thought we were okay.
Easy difficulty, as you guys are all keeping an eye out, looking for a place to put down that you're comfortable with outside of the city. It's got a little bit of elevation to it, and you can see the city from where you're at.
Okay. I got.
Echo's the same as me.
So you guys, what'd you get? Who got the highest? Give me that.
I think Charlie and I tied, or
Yeah.
Natiri and I tied.
So what'd you get?
So let's just say we spot a field down by a large, either a very large lake or an ocean, so we know no one can sneak up behind us very easily. It's sort of like on a little outcropping, maybe like 5 kilometers outside the city.
All right. And you're not looking to be near anything man-made, right? You're going to like an open, more
Yeah.
natural looking location? Okay.
Yeah.
So you find about 5 kilometers outside of the city for sure. You find yourself following a bit of a river that leads through this decently sized city. You do see, as you kind of glance down, you see roads and some highways that look like have been built. You do see a few collapsed large, what might be warehouses as you get toward more of an industrial area. Getting farther, though, the buildings become less and less, and you get into what looks like a kind of a craggy, it's kind of craggy plateau outside of the city. There is some plant life down there. It's not completely dead. And as you guys fly over one of the larger hills, as you get outside of this plateau, and to where a large lake is, you actually see a few birds take off as they can hear your engines whining past. So there is some wildlife on the planet. But you do find a place to land near a lake and start bringing your ships down for a landing. And it's at this point that, I'll say all of you land just as the A-Wing and the U-Wing come in right behind the rest of you who've set down. You get a transmission. It's to all of you. And it's... Twin Sun Squadron. This is Syndulla. Do you copy? It's a female voice. You hear Hera's voice.
Ooh.
Twin Suns, do you copy?
Yes, Hera. What do you want?
Whoa, that's Harrison Dula, and you're responding like that?
You have no idea who that is, by the way. You guys.
Oh, sorry.
Unless you like to roll for it, you guys wouldn't know who she is necessarily.
I guess she's not
You're brand
generally-
new to the Rebels. And so
Okay.
you hear... this is the Freestar. We've just arrived in orbit. And... Well, first, I'm here to say thank you. Did you put down on the planet?
Just landed for repairs. Aye.
Right.
What is your location?
High orbit of the planet. Can you hear? Pause for a second.
Expected to see you when we arrived. Is there some issue?
We had to operate off of a backup hyperdrive. We're limping along.
Did we actually end up at the planet we intended to end up at? I've been kind of
Yeah.
out of it.
So at
Yeah, you crashed right. You popped out of hyperspace right before our target. So
That's convenient.
have you picked up any signs of life on the planet?
Not so far.
just birds.
No technology, energy signatures, nothing?
Something strange going on down here. There's a large city, but no evidence of anyone living there, at least anymore.
That's to be expected.
Why is that?
We've only just landed. Are you... Or should we proceed on foot?
You guys capable of flight?
Hold on, no. Why is that?
Mostly.
You notice she doesn't
Yeah, that's what-
immediately... She doesn't immediately respond to your questions. She's definitely receiving. How did you respond when she asked if you're capable of flight?
I said mostly.
Mostly.
We took some big damage getting the ship out of there.
Roger.
Nosh's cockpit is full of vomit, most likely.
That's
I'm very
disgusting.
interested on the why is that, question if we could circle back around to there.
Roll a charm check for me.
Oh boy.
This won't be based on her stats, but more the information and whether or not she's willing to answer to the brand new squadron member she has not met.
All right.
Is it? Am I rolling a charm check as well?
If you'd like. What are you saying as you jump in? I'll let you both roll. Or you can assist and just offer a boost. Saying that like you've jumped in and kind of pressed the topic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Charm. Oh, look at that. Epic.
I will say this will be a easy check.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, this won't be too hard.
My one green is...
What's the... Is that just an extra advantage in the dice pool there?
What's that?
I've got 2 yellows, a green, and this other symbol.
It's not you rolling. It's.
I am rolling as well, aren't I?
No, you're supposed to be.
I said he could either do an assist or he could roll on his own. As you both are kind of asking the same question and pushing this, I'll let you both roll for sure.
Oh, okay.
You get an advantage, I think, is the symbol you're looking at.
Oh, okay. Just one
being
symbol.
able to... Is it the advantage symbol?
Yeah.
Yeah, then that's an advantage gets added on after your roll.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, on your character sheet, so you just get a free
Yeah.
advantage every time you use that skill. Yeah, you just get advantage. That's a really nice one. It's guaranteed.
So free success
Okay.
for advantage.
And how did the other roll go?
2 failure.
All right. So as you, Natiri, kind of press forward on this and say, but why is that? And you don't let it go. How much advantage did you have? This will affect how much information you get.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 advantage, 1 threat, 3 success.
Right. She says, and she kind of sighs for a moment. Well, since you're enacting repairs already, I'll tell you. It's like we're not going to be going anywhere soon. At least not until our main hyperdrive's back online. So... the sector that you're in is called Remembrance for a reason.
Why is it called Remembrance? What's the reason for it?
And well, it's an area of space. It's pretty depopulated. It's an area of space that holds great distances between the populated sectors. It was once home to a race called the Makeb. They had a beautiful blue world and about a dozen or so colonies in this region. About 500 years ago, a great plague ravaged these worlds and eventually made it to their homeworld. The Republic, in a surprisingly unified vote some 400 and something years ago, locked this region down and labeled it a galactic graveyard.
Huh.
The system later was renamed Remembrance.
Is it still of danger? Is there a risk of us being still on this planet?
There shouldn't be, though I'm sure that was probably one of the reasons the Republic decided to lock this region down. The virus was incredibly deadly to the Markeb species, but it didn't seem to jump species.
Osh, have you heard about this?
Yeah,
You
would
learn
there
about-
be anything that I could,
So,
being my profession, is there any kind of like check I could do for if Osh has ever heard of this or had any idea if we'd be under any other kind of danger from the situation?
So you guys can always do those lore skill rolls. They are really important in any game that I run because it lets you, as your character, know more information about what's going on, about the world, about the history. That's what those skills are really for. So, with your skills as a doctor, would you have heard about it? What role
Is there
would
any
you...
kind of like information on top of what Hare is giving us, either from a kind of knowledge roll or from my training as a doctor? So, any kind of medical roll.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't do a medical roll because that would be practicing medicine in this case. But you can do one of the knowledge rolls. Pick one of your knowledge skills, and see what you know.
Lore. would fit, I think.
Say it's an average difficulty. Take a boost because you've got Hera here literally giving you some of the basic background.
Okay.
And so she's helping refresh your memory a bit. How did
All
you
right,
do?
complete wash.
Complete wash.
If I succeeded any rolls of one shot, I did do that.
Yeah, you got a shot at 8. Sometimes the rolls just kind of go that way. There's something in the back of your head that's something reminds you. Maybe it's the race name, the disease itself. Maybe you've learned about that when you were going through your schooling, but it's been a while. And nothing new information jumps out at you. Would anybody else like to roll anything? As you're hearing this, and you're all hearing this. At this point, also your companion in the cockpit, in the co-pilot seat has gotten out. He's busted out his tools and he's begun to work.
Can I roll a street, either streetwise or underworld, just kind of to indicate some experience with the region? Maybe I've met somebody who had a family from there.
Absolutely. Which one would you like to? Streetwise or
That's more
underworld?
like survival.
You could definitely do underworld if you like.
Okay.
Yeah. Streetwise is normally like you know somebody, which you could roll if you like. If you want to know if you know anybody in this region, if you heard anybody about anything in this region. Underworld would definitely be more about like what criminal organizations would work in this region.
I'm gonna try streetwise, I think.
Okay, so see if you might know a contact who knows a contact in the region.
Did you say easy?
No, I did not. Average check on this one.
Average, okay.
Yeah, 2 purples.
Oh, right, 2. Don't know why I put green there. Okay. And I don't know anything either, although I get 3 advantage, but I don't know anything.
Well, 3 advantage. If you'd like me to spend that for you, I can give you some information.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you don't know anything specifically, like anyone or any operations that work here that comes to your mind right now. It is a fairly large region, and it's fairly sparsely populated with star sectors. It was one of the reasons why they were able to lock it down, it seems, so tightly at least. With that advantage, I will say, you know that there is criminal enterprises in this area.
Okay.
The normally dealing with either poaching on some of these worlds or looting, sneaking in and looting some of the cities and smuggling it off world. But it seems like it's pretty well patrolled and there are systems in place to stop it. You know it's difficult to do. You don't know why it's difficult to do, but you know it's difficult to do.
So I know that not many people come here, but I've never heard of anyone getting sick. I didn't know why they were here, but there's lots of stories of people coming to these planets, taking things, animals. I didn't realize everything was deserted, though. It's areas of space is pretty locked down.
Well, if people are here that frequently, then it must be safe enough.
Better than the alternative.
So did the rest of your squadron survive? Any of our A-Wing pilots with you?
Only Keith.
Keith, I'm sorry to hear that. You just get this quiet, yes ma'am. Well, twin sons, you've done well. We wouldn't have escaped without you. I don't know how you did it.
Good improvisation from our engineer.
Oh, is that so? I haven't been given your profiles. Just that you were on your way. Which one of you is the engineer?
That would be Zachary.
Hello.
You've done us a great service.
I like to think it was a group effort. There were some Herculean feats here by the entire team. Hercules being the ancient Corellian athlete.
Canon. That's canon now.
To be
Done.
honest, the jump
Strange,
here
I
was a
don't
lot more
remember
dangerous.
reading of him.
This definitely perks your interest. Is he just making it up? You would know. Is he? I'm asking you. You tell
I'm
me.
also curious if so Saren, you're familiar with the famous Corellian athlete Hercules. Is that where you're coming from?
Oh,
I mean,
indeed.
interesting.
An impressive specimen, to say the least.
I actually
And in
believe
so many
Hera,
sports.
I believe Hera, your namesake, was related to him in some way.
Keith speaks up. Does he play hutball or something? And you can see Keith like walking over now to your U-wing. He's talking directly to you guys, just kind of leaning in and looking at the damage. And Trant's now run over to the X-wing and is just rubbing his forehead, one tool in one hand, and just, oh man. Here comes back over the comms. Well, we've got at least 6 hours of repairs, so if y'all are flight capable by then, let's head out. We've got places to be.
Is there any chance you could send some material down? I mean, otherwise we're going to be patching these ships with wood and whatever we've got hiding around underneath our seats.
Indeed, if you have anything functional, resupply down here would be appreciated.
Right.
Especially for me.
Can do. We're still getting a count on what we've got left, but I'm told the Ghost is in good shape. We'll do a drop. See you in about an hour. Air
Yeah.
out. She clicks off the comms. The sun is about at twilight at this point. It's fading slowly behind the series of buildings that you can see far off into the distance. And you can see the jagged carved sections of the buildings that have crumbled and broken at their midpoints. Without any repairs or maintenance for so many years, it looks like the natural world on this planet, the plants and animals, have moved into the cities and started to grow up and along many of these buildings. You actually see from here a large series of roots that have cut through one of the larger skyscrapers and has grown out through the top. A series of leaves have sprouted from the edges, as if it's made its own roof to the building. But it is eerie silent. Any planet that you've ever been on has the sounds of speeders and aircraft and starships taking off and landing of this scale with this type of infrastructure, but here, eerily silent. You can hear a little bit of the lapping of waves near the nearby lake that you've landed next to. And every once in a while, throughout the night, the groaning of the metal superstructures of the buildings from so far away.
Well, I guess at least we'll hear them coming.
Should we have told Hera about the Thailanders that were on the ship?
I suspect they know. Well, this place gives me the creeps, if I don't mind saying. So I'd say, first step, establish a perimeter, check this is safe, and what condition are
Yeah.
people's vehicles in.
Mm.
I've got the weapon ready on my U-wing and I don't need any repairs, so somebody can stay there at all times if we're just going to be staying on station.
Well, first I'd like to see what condition Neytiri's in. That sounds different
Wait.
than I'd like it to have sounded. I want to do a medical check.
Okay. All right. So, you set up, I'll say for just to kind of move us along here, you guys set up a perimeter, kind of walk it. You notice that Keith has, near his A-wing, not too far from it, has used a survival kit to start a small fire. And he is kind of lounging out. And for the first time when you guys meet him face to face, you see that he is a Keldor.
Nice.
He's a little short of one. He's about 5 feet, just about, maybe a little bit shorter than that. But he is sat down. He has kind of crossed his legs and is sitting in front of the fire. And he is going to be, looks like he is settling in for the rest of the evening and is going to get some sleep. Or at least he's in some kind of meditative state.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
I was just gonna confront him and say, so are we figuring in any sort of watch here? Or are you just gonna take a snooze and call it that?
Opens up his eyes and, well, I'm not sleeping, but
What are you doing?
meditating and thinking.
They're gonna be gone for, if they're gonna be about like what, 7 hours? Is it
6 or 7
possible
hours, yeah.
to have a medical check and a rest?
You can definitely get a rest. You've already had a medical check for your wounds, I believe. Since you've gathered these wounds, so you could get one in the next day, and you would heal for if you got a night's sleep, or at least I would say if like 5 hours of sleep, you would get 1 point taken off your wounds. You'd regenerate 1 point, and then you can have a medical check. But you're already been bandaged from the wounds. I believe you guys already did a medical check on him, right?
I did it before that fight, so when he had that scrape on his arm from the pole.
Yeah, and that was his
So
damage,
that'd
not
be-
his vehicle. So you've done... Oh, so you haven't done one since the heavy repeater blasted him to pieces?
No,
Okay.
only when the pole hit him in the cafeteria.
Gotcha. So you could only, you can only bandage and clean a wound really 1 time in a day, right? So, but you haven't done that yet. So you can go ahead and do a medical check on those wounds, and you can see there are scars and blast marks on the interior that she looks pretty rough.
Yeah.
So sure.
For my
What's your
species,
wound
this won't
threshold?
do. For me,
Yeah.
You under half or over?
I've. Let me have a quick look. It's 12. I'm above half.
Okay, so easy roll.
All right. I'm going to suffer 2 strain to decrease the difficulty. Can I do that down to simple? Or is that not a thing?
I'm sorry, what are you trying to do?
I have the Master Doctor perk thing, which
Got to sneeze.
once per round, suffer 2 strain to decrease the difficulty of a medicine check
Sure.
by
Yeah,
1.
that means that there will be no difficulty for it, and you just roll to see how much you get. And you go ahead and do the math on that one, and then just let him know what he gets. But so Keith is sitting there. He's listening to you. He says, "I'll take my place in the watch if necessary. Just tell me when."
Are you healthy? You take any hits?
I'm physically fine. He kind of looks towards you, and he opens his eyes. You can't see his face. He's got, you can see his eyes, but you can't see his mouth. He's wearing a breathing mask over it. Every once in a while, you hear a little tsh, as you can tell he's breathing in, and the mask seems to be feeding whatever atmosphere he requires. But it doesn't take a roll. It doesn't take anything for you to just see the sadness in his eyes, that he has lost every friend that he may have, at least aboard that ship.
I think the oblivion of sleep is potentially the best for you now. I'll take the watch.
That sounded
With
oddly
one other.
threatening.
You can come get cozy on the U-wing if you want. I got a couple sleeping spaces in here.
I'll take you up on that offer. Both of you, thank you. And
Is there anything you would like me to look at? Any wounds that you may have suffered?
I have no injuries. And before he takes the step into the U-wing, he looks back towards you, Sarah. And, hey, thanks for not leaving me behind back there. We might have been wrong about you. He steps into the craft the rest of the way.
Baron doesn't reply. I need one to share watch. The other 2, take the rest.
I'll come with you.
I'll take the first 3.5 hours. You fill the remainder. Agreed?
That works for me.
So within the first hour, a small light freighter approaches your position, kicks up a little bit of dust, and doesn't land completely, but drops off a crate from this U-shaped section that it has. It's got a magnetic lock on there. It drops a crate about 3 feet from the ground. You get, I will see you, Saren, see this. And who else was staying up watch?
Me.
Who's me?
Osh.
Osh, okay. Osh, and you see as well, it is that same Twi'lek that you get the sense that this is Syndulla. And you get a bit of a salute, and she immediately takes off back to orbit. Inside the crates, there's enough supplies for your mechanic if he stays up all night. What is he focusing his efforts on? Because you've got 1 night of work to do, and you've got a series of paneling and plating. She's brought down some components. Are you focusing on the X-Wing? Materials ride?
I don't know. I feel like you might want to focus on
Hey, you're
the
asleep.
Y-wing.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
asleep,
hold on.
so it's just the mechanic and the two awake.
Yeah,
If you're
Saren's
going to
gone
sleep.
over and shaken Zach awake now the parts have arrived.
All right. Do I get healed from that?
Well, the evening's not over yet. We'll see how you do on
Okay.
these rolls, because I got a feeling you're going to ask me to do a roll.
Well, yeah, I'm probably the best mechanic, so
Okay.
I'd probably want to take a look at.
Well, we have you and Trass, right? So
Yeah, me and Trask maybe take a, or I guess is there enough supplies for us to cover each vehicle, or?
There are enough supplies to do, I will say, 5 points of repairs. Whatever vehicles you focus on, those points will be spread between. And then however well the mechanics rolls go, you can add points to that. You make those supplies last even farther.
Okay. Well,
Looking down at the supplies, Saren will say, well, the Y-Wing has longer range capabilities. Perhaps best to focus on the close fighter.
yeah, maybe we'll use 4/5 on the X-wing and then 1 on the Y-wing and see what we can get out of that.
it would be better if you were to just repair all of the X-Wing's damage as much as possible. I'll stay safe on my own. Trying to repair this Y-Wing seems to go poorly.
What do you think, Saren? Should we listen to the man, or is he being a little too gracious?
He seems very self-sacrificing. How bad is it?
I mean, it's pretty bad. He's down to almost a third of his full capability.
If I were to arbitrarily
Under a
classify
third.
the damage to my ship with numbers that are ostensibly meaningless in our world, I would call it 6 hull points.
I think she needs some attention after that rough re-entry. At
is
least
a
a little bit.
Strange parlance. I guess it must be that engineer speak, but I get the impression you mean it's at least somewhat damaged, so perhaps a split approach, just
Yeah.
a little more on the close combat.
Yeah, I agree. Plus, you've got those proton bombs. You might need to get close to something, or that munitions. You might need to get close to something to drop them.
We're up on watch anyway. Is there any way I can assist?
Probably not. Maybe just keep an eye open so no one sneaks up on us.
Well, of course. I was more thinking with the mechanic bit.
I don't know.
I mean-
I don't know enough about you, Saren. What do you think? Have
I could hold a light.
picked up a hydro spanner before? I mean, a light would help. Just don't get in our way.
Hydro.
Let's just keep you to the light.
All right. With the help of the lights, I will say that you get a boost for having a player assist you.
Okay. And for Trask.
Oh, man. And for Trass, he's on his own. But you can do the roll
Oh.
for him if you would.
Okay, so we can
Occasionally,
Unless someone else
taking
is helping
the
him.
break when he can. Saren will also go over to the Y-wing and, with the
I'll
aid of
hold
the
the light for
survival fire,
Travis.
just cook up some camp tea with the local plant life around. Serve it up.
Okay. All right. I'll say they both get a boost die for
Mechanics get
assistance.
tea. Come on now.
Yeah, I'll give 1 boost. If it was coffee, it would have been 2. But since it's tea, it's 1.
Ah.
Are we just doing a straight roll for this?
No. So it depends on the damage to the vehicle. Actually, no. I'm gonna allow just a straight roll. This will be a simple roll.
Okay.
Just to make it a little simple.
So-
So.
I'll take the Y-wing. I'll put a base of 2 towards that, and then we can do 3 for the X-wing.
Yeah.
If that's okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
We got +3. I don't know how you want to count that.
+3 success.
Yep.
All right. So it'll be +3 to whatever vehicle you're working on.
Okay. Plus the additional 2.
What was the additional 2 for?
So
3
you
plus
said
whatever
there's-
you're going to divide it from. So it'd be
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
So the
So
5.
so
So 8
5.
total. So eight repairs total. Is what it sounds like. That was for, and that's for one of you. And then
Yeah.
Was
So
that
I'll just
the X-Wing?
I'll take 5 for the Y. Yeah. No, that was for the Y-wing. So I'll take 5 of that because the 2 out of 5 that were given plus the 3 that I rolled, and I'll put that towards the
Okay.
the Y-wing's hull, and that leaves 3 for the other vessel. You want to do it, Corey? It's your own.
Sure.
Sounds good.
he rolling for Trask now? Is he working on one of them by himself with a little bit of assistance?
Yeah,
Because
sure,
you've only got
let's-
enough time to really work. Like, you're only one person, so.
Yeah.
So his skill is
What's-
1 yellow and 2 greens.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and roll
add a
for him,
boost.
and if you'd like to flip a destiny point, you can reattach that extra blaster that fell off the X-wing. Because until that's been reattached, he's only got linked 2.
Sure.
Probably worth it.
Okay.
So, in the parts, everyone remembered to call in for an extra turbo, for an extra cannon, KX-10. Bring it
He's
back
only
up.
going to get +4.
Okay. Well, only. It's still pretty good.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
good.
So in the base game, we're kind of playing a little bit with the rules here when it comes to the repairs because we're doing kind of a shorter campaign. But in the base game, it's 500 credits per point of hull, and it has to be done in a facility that can handle the repairs. But because you've got some support from the rebels here, and you've got some mechanics on standby, and you took a lot of damage, it's a good time to do some repairs. So, all right, and you
I put
managed
him
to
back
make it
to
on the
full
plan.
anyways.
Yeah,
So good
Oh,
repairs.
did it?
you basically full HP both ships. So GG.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm
nice
one below.
mechanic skills.
One down on the Y-wing, but that's it.
Nicely done. All right. So, is there anything else you'd like to handle this evening?
think-
Yeah, I want to walk over to Saren unless you want to do something first.
I was just going to say that we're making sure that it was mentioned that we were taking watch, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So while we're on watch, I go up to Saren and are we going to be keeping Keith with us, or should we be trying to send Keith back to the Free Star? After his loss, it may not be the best situation for him to be in combat with us, and we seem to be going into a stressful situation.
Or, in that situation, would the first thing you want be something else to focus on? I feel like you belong, at least still. The man lost everything.
That works for me. I just want to make sure that we don't go in a situation that will hurt him even further.
Perhaps, but in his position, I know what I'd want. Revenge.
Yes, but you also seem strangely violent.
Too kind. Speaking of which, I'd say you seem quite the opposite. Not exactly a negotiator, a straight talker, I see. So what would you think of our companions? The purple one in particular. Concerns me.
I will say the purple one is quite brave.
Yeah, that is what concerns me.
Seems that maybe if we give her the right tools, she will throw things in the right direction, potentially. We just have to make sure she has the right tools.
So you think, with some leadership, perhaps she'd follow? Calm?
I think the two key points with her will be leadership and a safe distance.
Yeah. A safe distance I can agree with.
The other one seems more reliable.
Our doctor friend... Sorry, ignore me, other way around. Our engineer
I was
friend.
gonna
Our engineer friend seems capable, to say the least.
I don't know about capable of shooting anyone if we need his help in a firefight. He seems to be bad at that. But his other technical skills seem at least adequate.
I didn't know it was possible to shut down the shield on a Star Destroyer, let alone turn off its tractor beam in use, so... For me, I think that's a pass, at least for now.
Yes, again, technical skills beyond acceptable. Shooting skills unreliable.
Yes, perhaps at the back.
For the other one, shooting skills also unreliable. Throwing skills spectacular.
Quite
But
the group.
again, throwing is not something I would like to put my life on every time.
I don't recall the last time I threw anything from a fighter cockpit, and I'm afraid that might be something we'll need.
I very recently threw up in a fighter cockpit. I wasn't even sure that was physiologically possible.
I must ask with... No, actually, I must not ask. I take it back entirely.
All I can say is that ears were involved.
I just hope they gave that a good clean.
I don't think that was a priority at the moment. I'm wearing my flight suit at all times in there now. I don't want to talk about it anymore either.
Well, a question for you. What do you think of our commander?
You mean Syndulla?
Hera, indeed.
All I know about her is that she goes fast in a Corellian Corvette.
Impressive.
I don't really like her withholding information from us. That seems to be quite a theme around here.
Let's just say when I arrived, I was hardly greeted well, and withholding information seems to be, or manipulating information seems to be one of her talents.
Well, it seems like you have some information that you're not sharing with us, considering that you know at least something about what our mission was going to be.
You understand how the chain of command works?
I feel like the chain of command went out the window when we started running from that Star Destroyer.
Tell that to Syndulla.
I don't have the opportunity to, I'm telling it to you.
Oh, well, I'll be sure to pass on the message. You think so very highly of me.
Sincerely, thank you for that. This is my appreciating voice.
Well, we don't have long before morning. I imagine things are not going to get any easier. I'm going to take what shut-eye I can if you're happy to take the second shift.
More than happy to. This is also my happy voice.
Impressive. A lot of voices. I'll, see you in the morning. With a strange glance back at this man of no emotion.
All right. As the evening carries on, and you stay up for your watch, the crackle of the little fire that was started continues. You can hear the only non-natural sound that you hear. You hear the breeze flowing through. You can hear a little bit of the waves crashing on the beach. Is the groaning of the large structures in the city, the metal. But as morning breaks, the second watch is concluded. Nothing seems to have approached camp. You imagine that if there were any creatures, the sounds of your engines rumbling overhead would have scared them away. If there's even any kind of creatures that size on this planet. It's creepy, knowing that you've spent the night on what equates to one of the largest graveyards in the galaxy.
Any noise of wildlife at all, or is it just dead silent?
You hear the sound of a few insects. There's a sound of like cooing off in the distance. And you swear at one point you hear some kind of growl. And the cooing silenced. That's it. The rest of the night, it is a off-putting silence. And a cool breeze.
Saren sleeps uneasily. Camped out outside rather than hardly like you can sleep inside while he flies.
Fair enough.
Camped outside. Clearly uneasy sleep to the one man that's awake.
We gotta purchase some sleeping bags for the U-Wing at some point, because there's definitely room for everybody in there.
Camping gear is a thing.
You get the impression that Saren slept outside through choice. Like he was aware that he could have slept in the U-Wing, but just chose not to.
Am I awake now, or am I still sleeping?
Early in the morning, you all start to come to. Go ahead and reset your strain. I will say a good watch and a few hours sleep was enough. You don't all feel well rested, but we'll go ahead and reset your strain for one night's sleep. At this point, I will say, yeah, Nycteria, you're the first one to wake up early in the morning. The crackle of the comms, and it's Sindula saying, "We're getting ready to leave. I'd like to see the squadron back up here in at least the next hour."
I turn to check up on the ship's repairs, just to confirm they're all ready, and then go to wake everyone up.
Okay. So, how do you wake everybody up? Quietly and with a nudge, or?
With a thud on their chest.
All right.
Sexy
Just a
80s
light
vixen.
one. Yeah,
Ooh.
just a like that.
Right, a light one. Sure, that's what that was. As you make your rounds, wham, moving on to the next person. Wham, moving on to the next person. Trask is the one that drops out of he's made a makeshift hammock that he's kind of tied up with what looks like some of the escape gear that the craft had. He's just like wrapped it around a couple of poles and a couple of hanging points where you normally hang gear, and made himself a sleeping spot in the U-wing. It's TIE fighters. What? Oh, I'm awake.
As he slams down the stick on Saren, I'd like to roll to pull my pistol out, please.
All right.
And like as the stick hits his chest, the left hand comes up, grabs the base of the stick as the right hand raises with the pistol.
All right. Let's see if you do this
Saying
before
like
she hits.
a coordination, maybe.
I'll
or
say
something?
coordination. I say vigilance, actually. I would say this is vigilance because you're asleep. So would you be, like, as you hear him coming, would you notice and respond faster? So vigilance versus, sure, brawn. Let's do it. I love this.
What's his brawn?
Melee. If you can use melee skill if you like. I love it. It's character moments that are best. Charlie, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, what?
Which one do you want me to
So you're going
roll?
around and you're whacking everyone to wake them up, right? As you get to Saren, everybody else was like startled awake. As you get to Saren and you go to swing, he wants to try something. So it's going to be your melee skill versus his vigilance to see if he can succeed what he wants to do as you're whacking everybody awake.
Yeah, sorry, I thought only he was rolling. My apologies.
This is a versus check. Is this with the stun rod?
Oh no, I'm not gonna
Okay,
hit him
you
like
just-
that.
Okay, just curious, just asking. So you're whacking everybody awake, giving him a punch to the chest.
Maybe it's the stun rod but off.
Yeah,
You
I
have to
don't
turn it
want-
on.
Okay, you have to turn it on. Yeah,
Don't-
it's a choice. So
Yeah,
Just
I
a
don't want to
stick,
hurt the man.
basically.
yeah.
I don't want to hurt the man.
That's fair.
Um,
So bring your skill out here, as he wants to see if he
Stun
can
rodding
react to
people
it.
to awake is a bit harsh, yeah.
I kind of love it though. Who needs coffee when you get a little bit of a jolt? So bring your melee skill out here if that's what you're using as the weapon. Just poking people awake, smacking them, and then roll when you're ready. Let's see if he responds fast enough to do what he wants to do.
2 success and 3 advantage.
He does
Aw.
not. As
Nope.
the hand comes up to grab the stick, the rod comes down, pinning the hand to the chest. And Saren is left sitting there with his hand stuck across his chest by this rod, going with the evilest, steely look in his eye you have ever seen.
I was kind of thinking that I've just been woken up as well by an 80s sex goddess angel. So I think in my waking moments, I want to perform a charm check on him. On her, sorry.
Oh man, and what are you doing? What is your charming morning? You're waking up, you haven't even brushed your teeth yet, you got dragon breath at the moment. As you're waking up in the morning. You still haven't showered since your flight out here. So yeah, I'm gonna give you some
Absolute
setbacks.
filth.
Yeah, so I say with my 0 charm skill, something like maybe this won't be the last time we wake up next to each other or something like that.
All right. I love it. Go ahead and roll. Take 3 setbacks due to your current condition.
But can I think because she's a Zeltron and a naturally very sexual species, I should get like an advantage for that.
Nah. I think you get a resistance to charm, don't you?
Oh, I
my
came
God,
close.
oh, so
I don't get a reroll. Okay.
So
You can call for one, right?
no.
I'll try
That's if
again
you have
tomorrow.
a talent. If you have a talent that lets you do 1 reroll per encounter is normally what they do, and that's what the master pilot
see.
tree has, and that's why he can do that because he invested a ton of XP to do that.
I'm trying
so-
again tomorrow.
So you
Oh my God.
you try this line, and as you do, man, you've got the worst dragon breath going on. Like early morning, just and before you even get half the sentence out, you just. How do you respond to this as you just get hit in the face with this?
I thud him in the chest again.
Are you sure you're not turning on the stun rod?
No. I'll thud him in the chest with my. No weapon.
You cut out with your what?
Oh, sorry. No weapon.
No
Thudding
weapon.
him in the chest with no weapon.
Okay,
yeah.
so just whack him one more time, and it's sore and it hurts, but I won't have you do an attack roll unless you want to.
No, he doesn't
Alright.
deserve it yet.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow.
All right. So, how much? It's fine. So the morning comes. You're kind of gathering your supplies. Trask is gathering his hammock up and packing it away, and he's pulled out a bit of some survival rations, and you can smell this bit of calf that he's been cooking up as he comes around and kind of hands you each a cup. But are you all heading out, or what do you want to do?
I don't think there's anything here that I want to see.
Nah, we've done our perimeter checks and everything. And
A
that's
dead
all.
planet,
Hmm.
known to be looted. I think it's time to leave, don't you? Before we get more than we bargained for.
I agree.
Yes, I feel like if we're interested in the future, we may have one shot to come back here.
All right. So you each pack up your gear, eventually make your way to your various vehicles, bring up the engines online. Your co-pilot jumps into the U-wing with you, and the Keldor makes his way to his A-wing. As you start up your engines and you start taking off, you get one
we hear
last
that unusual noise of a TIE engine in amongst all the others.
that high-pitched whine a bit as those ion engines come online, and you all still see that it's a bizarre TIE for what you've seen, but it seems fairly capable. You each lift off and start gaining altitude and heading toward orbit, and what you can now see on your IFF as the Freestar seems to be holding position.
Darren, where'd you get that ship?
Remember what I said about chain of command? And need to know.
Have we established that you're the squadron leader then? I was unclear on that point. I assumed.
I think we'll leave that to Hera to explain.
You do notice that there were no orders in your chain of command in that order to come out here. There was no indication of even what unit you were being attached to, where or what your primary mission would be. So you're very unsure who is actually in charge.
Without context, you hear Osh mutter, or Osh mutter, whatever that. I think it's me.
So as you approach the Freestar, you're coming in from that same side that you'd launched from, so you're on the starboard side. You can see the damage that was done. You see the turbo lasers where they had broken and punched through the hull. You also notice the sheer amount of tearing along the hull from the extreme acceleration from the TIE fighter hits. You notice that a couple of the turbo or the laser cannons have been blasted off the top and are completely missing. But it looks like the fires have been put out, and whatever smoke was trailing behind it seems to have been capped at this point. So some repairs have been gone on, and you do see on the back, like, aft section, a pair of mechanics. You're not really sure, zero-G'ing out there, and you can see a little bit of welding going on. But they look like they're packing up their stuff and bringing it in as you're approaching. You're given clearance to land by that same young male voice to land in the same hangar bay. They've cleared it out as best they can for you. So come on back to the barn. Glad to see you back, Twin Sons.
Good to see you in one piece.
Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, more or less. More or less. We're taking off as soon as you're aboard. Let's go ahead and clear the board for me. Thank you. And we will load in. So this will be where we're going to just about wrap up. As soon as you all get back on board, you lock down, and there's barely a moment. Some of you get your canopies open. I'll say the X-Wing and the Y-Wing manage to open their canopies. It takes a little bit longer to get the TIE advanced back into its little landing position up top, but before you're even out of your craft, you can feel the little bit of the rumble of the engines, and you can look out into the hangar and you see the stars swoosh by, and that energy vortex that is traveling through hyperspace. It's bathed the entire hangar in a much deeper blue from just the force field that was there. As you get out and kind of survey the crafts and see any kind of damage, and the damage that was done to the hangar bay, we will go ahead and jump to what you guys see as you come out of hyperspace. The flight isn't very long, maybe 10 minutes. And outside the hangar bay, and you all start to gather at the edge of the hangar itself, because what you see blows your mind.
Whoa.
You drop out one of the largest rebel fleets to be assembled. In dropping out of hyperspace, you're greeted by the largest rebel fleet you've ever seen, bar a HoloNet propaganda reel, or maybe the rebel recruitment holos that you'd seen before you signed up. It's an eclectic set of ships, the most eye-catching of which are the two almost twin, identical Mon Cal vessels. But as you look a little closer, you can actually see some of the differences in the hull itself, but they're about the same size. The cruiser's slowly flanked by all kinds of other ships from all over the galaxy. The closest to your dropout point you see is a GR-75 that has been modified to carry, instead of those large cargo containers, these huge tubes, it looks like tanks on the bottom, and you see these long lines run out from it to a elongated Mon Cal ship. You don't immediately recognize what kind of class it is. It seems the GRs are refueling them. To the rear of the fleet, as the ship slowly turns and you get a full view of the entire fleet, squadrons escorting and patrolling, you see a strange vessel, unlike any other. Gray and black with blue stripes. Its thick hull is pop-marked with what looks like almost light sources, maybe? It's hard for you to tell. White and brighter grays. As you get a better look, as your ship kind of falls in line and gets closer to the fleet, you notice that what those pop marks are actually pieces of the hull itself missing. And on the port side, as you swing in and take position toward the rear of the fleet, you notice that there is a chunk of this large vessel missing, as if some great beast had taken a bite out of it and ripped. The whole forward port section is just gone. You can see the layers of the deck just blown into space. The vessel itself is sparking, and one of the engines is alight and afire that is trailing out behind the ship. Another GR-75, one of the rebel transports, are up alongside it. You can see the telltale signs of little bits of welding here and there. But you're with a rebel fleet now, and you are not sure what comes next. And that's where we'll wrap it up tonight.
Blimey.
Ooh, yeah.
Exciting. Look at that beautiful fleet.
Man.
So-
That is exciting.
That's gonna be the end of tonight. Well done, everybody. You guys survived. I wasn't so sure.
That was a hell of a session. All sorts of crazy shenanigans went down there, man.
Oh man, that roll with the jamming, that was intense. Like that was it. That changed everything.
Yep. I had it written down. I've got my notepad up on screen, so when I'm taking character notes, people can see it. And I had written massive in the middle of the screen: needs a triumph. The only way it's gonna work. And then, oh yes, man, that was a game changer.
Yeah.
GG egg.
Shields go
very
down,
much.
and then you can choose a weapon. I was like, wait a minute. I know for a fact that the tractor beams are considered weapons because it uses the gunnery skill like any other weapon system. Yeah. So well done on that. Like that changed it.
Yeah.
If it hadn't been me, it would have been Corey with the bomb.
Yeah, I would have tried to jam the thing, but it had already fired, so my thing doesn't do anything. It's making it harder to target.
Yeah. Jam a weapon system. So yeah, well done, Eck. That was great. And you guys did great. The role playing was fantastic. I'm really loving the characters and where they're going. Very different. Different people. I like it. I hope you guys had fun.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, a lot.
Oh yeah,
Great.
definitely.
Looking
Cool
forward
seeing the
to
group
stuff,
coming
Jack.
together for session 2. Like, as you say, characters starting to develop and relationships starting to develop.
Indeed. So we'll probably have maybe it's hard to tell because I don't know where the story is going to go. It definitely would have been different if, say, the Freestar had not made it out of there, which was a possibility. And you guys were talking about just bailing last session, so we never know
Yeah.
where it could go. But you've joined up with the Rebel fleet now, so we will see what happens. Learned a little bit about the region you're in. All
It would be a
right.
shame if something
Awesome.
were to happen to that fleet.
Thank you, Shaq. That was awesome, DM.
Yeah, that was great, Jack. Thank
That was
you.
great. Thank you, Shaq.
Well, thanks
Thank
for
you,
joining me.
Shaq.
Thanks for joining me, guys. And thanks for everybody who watched over here or over on, you're streaming on Act 2, right?
Yeah, X2, yeah.
Act 2, or over on Wasted Space's Twitch channel, or over on Corey Loses. If you guys are watching the series, I hope you enjoyed it. Let us know if you enjoy it, and if you want us to keep going with this. I'm quite...
Doesn't have to end.
It does. So you heard him. Let him know. Let him know. Motivate these guys to come back and play some more. So, all right. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Do it.
And that will be the end of our second episode.
Hey.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Bye,
Fun.
everybody.
Bye.
Good.
Later, guys.
Bye.
All right.